Chapter 945. Surrounded by the 48 young disciples from the three major forces, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you can still smile. Yi Ling sneered. Her eyes gleamed with a ruthless gleam. Are you so sure that the person who will die will be me? Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even brighter. His tone was indifferent, as though he did not care about the crisis in front of him at all. In the distance, a group of five-element sect's disciples looked at the group of Sun-Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and emotion-severing sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with mockery, mocking them for overestimating themselves. They're really seeking death. Do they really think they can kill Duan Lingtian just because they have more people? Many of the Empyrean Temple and Blade sect's disciples had disdain written all over their faces. They looked down on the Sun-Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and emotion-severing sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept and wielded a Grade 2 spirit weapon was instantly killed by him with just one punch. Until now, they could still feel chills running down their spines when they recalled the scene. Duan Lingtian's strength was just too terrifying. Until now, nobody knew how strong Duan Lingtian's true strength was. Xianbei stood by the side. His calm gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to see through Duan Lingtian. Humph. What a bluff. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ling sneered again. Then, she shouted, "Attack!" Following Yi Ling's order, the 48 young disciples from the three major forces, including herself, flew out one after another and pounced on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. The moment they made a move, they utilized their spirit weapons. All of their origin energy exploded, and their concepts followed like shadows as they charged towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that the air resistance in this area had been completely removed by the flight-prohibiting formation, although the attacks of the 48 young powerhouses were fierce, they did not cause any sound of wind whistling or air exploding. The several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were originally hovering above the 48 young powerhouses in a circle were also dashing toward the encirclement. Thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. Senior brother Ling Tian. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian, many of the five-element sect's disciples were still worried when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure being drowned by the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces in just a blink of an eye. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were squeezed together gave the onlookers a visual shock. It was as though they were experiencing a visual feast. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood by the side with a worried expression on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you can do it. Huang Daniu waved his fist and said with a solemn expression. Very soon, the faces of the onlookers froze. Their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Oh my God! What did they just see? The 48 young powerhouses who were charging towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner gathered together and drowned Duan Lingtian's figure. At the same time, their figures also came to a halt in the air. Following that, the onlookers only saw a flash in front of their eyes as though a sword light had flashed past. Following that, everyone was shocked to see that the 48 young men who were charging towards Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt in the air and were cut into two pieces one by one. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some of their upper and lower bodies were separated, some of their legs were chopped off, and many of them even had half of their heads and feet chopped off. Blood splattered all over the high platform as though it had gathered into a river. Blood flowed like a river. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of severed bodies fell on the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Blood splattered on the blood river like beautiful bloody roses. Ah, ah. At the same time, shrill screams came from the mouths of the young powerhouses whose legs and feet were chopped off. Following that, They fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling around in pain. Not long after, their bodies were covered in blood. As for the other young powerhouses, all of them had turned into severed bodies. Their lives had completely withered away, and they had paid the price for their reckless actions with their lives. Ret. The bloody scene caused many of the young disciples from the various forces to turn pale and vomit. Some of the female disciples, in particular, were so frightened that they kept vomiting. They hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene again. Although they had more or less killed people before, they had never experienced such a scene before. To them, the scene earlier was simply purgatory on earth. You overestimate yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice resonated in the air. After the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces were killed and crippled, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the Devil Seal tablet and rising into the sky, spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 13 young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive with their legs and feet crippled. His eyes were filled with merciless coldness. Spare my life. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian, I was blind. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me. Senior brother Yang, save me. Please save me. Among the 13 young powerhouses, other than the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were unafraid of death, the disciples from Skywolf Fort and Emotion-Severing sect continued to beg for mercy. Some of the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples even begged Zhongyang for help. There were a total of 8 Emotion-Severing sect's disciples, including Zhongyang, Qi Feng, and Qin Lian. Senior brother Yang, one of the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples, looked at Zhongyang with a pained expression. It was obvious that he wanted to persuade Zhongyang to save his fellow disciples who were crippled. Say no more. No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to make a move, I might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian from killing them. Zhongyang's voice was cold as he interrupted the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples' words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to become so terrifying after just a few months. With just one sword, he did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, but he had already killed 35 people and crippled 13. The speed of that sword was so fast that even he found it difficult to capture it. Initially, I thought that after cultivating the supreme emotion-forgetting technique and mastering the initial mastery of ice and fire, I've already left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to mine. Zhongyang's eyes flashed. A thick battle intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Naturally, he did not make a move even though the battle intent rose in his heart. This was because he knew that now was not the time to make a move. As for the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples who were crippled, he did not bother about them at all. In his opinion, everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. If there's a next life, remember this. There are some things that it's best to consider if you have the strength to do so before trying to get your hands on them. Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold gaze swept across the 13 young powerhouses who were lying on the ground as he slowly lifted the sword in his hand. Spare my life. Spare my life. As though they were aware of the impending danger, the surviving Skywolf Fort and Emotion-Severing sect's disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Their voices were filled with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. There are some things that once you've made a choice, it's hard to turn back. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you've done them. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the sword in his hand turned into a sword flower that bloomed dazzlingly. At the same time, the spectators could clearly see blood blossoming from the throats of the 13 young disciples from Sun Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing sect. Boom, 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 boom. 13 corpses fell to the ground one after another. They were completely silent. For a moment, the scene returned to its previous tranquility. The spectators' attention shifted to the purple figure standing above the river of blood and the mountain of corpses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread that came from the bottom of their hearts. Drip, drip. The purple-clad young man stood with the sword in his hand that was still dripping blood. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Many people felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. God of slaughter. At this moment, many people present had the same thought as they looked at the purple-clad young man standing on the stone tablet with a chipped corner. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was simply a god of slaughter. 48 young disciples from the three major forces were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. Not a single one of them was left alive. They knew that even if they had Duan Ling Tian's strength, they might not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing. However, it was difficult for them to kill so many people with just 2 swords and create hundreds of corpses. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river. It was nothing more than this. Many of the spectators were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. This is too scary. This Duan Lingtian is too scary. The Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, who had attacked Duan Lingtian earlier and whose sword was close to Duan Lingtian's glabella, turned pale. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, other than fear, there was only joy in his heart. He was glad that Feng Tianwu had made her move in time and severed his arm. Otherwise, he would have died. Hu Fei, who was originally standing in the corner with a pale face, was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian unleashing his invincible strength. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He noticed that after Duan Lingtian killed the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces, his gaze had shifted to him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour him. No. Chapter 946. The Devil Seal tablet under Duan Lingtian's feet moved and brought him to Hu Fei in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian looked down at Hu Fei with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His voice was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him before he could finish his sentence. I can't kill you. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Duan Lingtian smirked. What's the reason? He had long wanted to kill Hu Fei. Previously, the threat that Zishong posed to him made him realize the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That year, at the peak of Dub Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect, when he had the duel with Zishong in the promise of 2 years, if he had killed Zishong, none of the things related to Zishong would have happened. Hu Fei gave him an extremely oppressive sense of threat. He could faintly sense that as long as Hu Fei was still alive, he would definitely become the second Zishong in the future. When they were outside, the vicious gaze that Hu Fei gave him made him realize that Hu Fei must be eliminated. If he did not eliminate him, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet and hovered in the air as he looked down at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's life was in the palm of his hand. As long as he waved the sword in his hand, he could instantly take Hu Fei's life. Reason? When Hu Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, I'm the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. He'll definitely not let you go. That's your reason? Duan Lingtian initially thought that Hu Fei would come up with some new reason. Who would have thought that he would bring up Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and use him as a shield? He had to admit that he was very disappointed. When he planned to kill Hu Fei, did he not consider that he would offend Cha Bai? Of course, he did. But he was not afraid. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent to his reason, Hu Fei's face turned green and pale. In the end, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kowtowed as he begged for mercy. I was blind in the past and offended you. As long as you don't kill me today, I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kept kowtowing. After a while, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was filled with fear. It had to be said that Hu Fei's actions had shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had never expected that at the moment of life and death, Hu Fei would completely abandon his dignity and kowtow to his former enemy and beg for mercy. Perhaps I've overestimated him. How can a person who betrays his master who saved his life and nurtured him possibly have any backbone? However, when he thought about Hu Fei's despicable past, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As the saying went, a dog can never change its habit of eating **t. This saying was referring to people like Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has really brought shame to Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. Huang Daniu said with a disgusted look on his face. Other than a Fire Peak disciple who had a complicated look in his eyes, the other 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei with disdain. The direct disciple of our 5-element sect's peak master of Fire Peak only has this much backbone? Just like what senior brother Daniu said. He has really embarrassed Fire Peak and our 5-element sect. If Peak Master Cha sees this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would slap him to death, right? Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Each and every one of the 5-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei and commented on him with disdain. Even the disciples from the other forces were looking at Hu Fei with disdain in their eyes. I can't believe that there's such a cowardly disciple in the 5-element sect. I think he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect. How blind must the Peak Master of Fire Peak be to accept such a disgraceful disciple? The 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, has profound strength and is iron-willed. He's revered. However, this 5-element sect's disciple, Hu Fei, is a complete coward. He's really despicable. The disciples from the other forces were discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Lingtian, forming a stark contrast. The discussions around him were not soft. They entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to kowtow to Duan Lingtian as though he did not hear anything. Duan Lingtian, please spare me. I beg you. I beg you. You're a magnanimous person. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei lowered his head and continued to kowtow to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme shame, anger, and hatred. He swore in his heart, that's right. As long as he could survive, he would definitely make Duan Lingtian pay him back tenfold or even 100-fold for what he had done today. If Peak Master Cha sees you kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of me like a coward, I'm afraid I don't even have to lift a finger. He'll personally kill you, right? Duan Lingtian raised the sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly. When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian raising his sword from the corner of his eyes and was about to kill him, horror dawned on his face. He quickly stopped kowtowing and begged for mercy. As though he realized that he was about to face a great disaster, he shifted his gaze to a 5-element sect's Fire Peak disciple who was standing nearby. He sent a voice transmission into the disciple's ears. If you do as I say, I don't believe that the strongest young powerhouses from all the major forces can't kill him even if they join forces. After the voice transmission, Hu Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Hu Fei would stop kowtowing and begging for mercy at the last moment of life and death. His dignity and backbone seemed to have been awakened in an instant. Then, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait any longer. Soon, Duan Lingtian's face turned cold. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed it down. With just one slash, he ended Hu Fei's life. He had no strength to resist at all. Boom. It was only when Hu Fei's body fell to the ground that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he had just dealt with a potential threat. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice it at all. Among the group of 5-element sect's disciples, there was a Fire Peak's disciple who was staring at Hu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, he gritted his teeth and did not reveal his emotions. When the group of 5-element sect's disciples saw that Hu Fei had turned into a corpse, they could not help but sigh. However, none of them felt pity for Hu Fei. When Hu Fei was still in 5-element sect, he already had a bad reputation. He was known as an ingrate. It was apparent that Hu Fei's absurd act of betraying his master who had saved his life and the Wood Peak who had nurtured him to join Fire Peak was still something that many of the five-element sect's disciples still found hard to let go of. Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei with just a wave of his hand. Many of the young disciples from the other four major forces were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. The decisiveness of Duan Lingtian's attack caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. Both of you are very smart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei, he stared at the two black-clad young men who were standing alone at the side. They were the two surviving young disciples of Sun Moon sect. The reason why these two Sun Moon sect's disciples were still alive was because they did not participate in the encirclement of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. In the distance, the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were horrified when they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you think now? Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, took a deep breath and asked the person next to him. Zhong Ping, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, who was standing next to him, broke out in cold sweat. When he heard Hu Lin's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I listened to you. Hu Lin, I owe you my life. In fact, he originally planned to join forces with the other Sun Moon sect's disciples to deal with Duan Lingtian to avenge Lu Kai. At the critical moment, it was Hu Lin who stopped him. When he recalled the technique that Duan Lingtian cast earlier, cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. More and more of it was dripping down like rain. Duan Lingtian, I'm looking forward to our battle more and more now. After we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, how about we have a battle? Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple, who had been standing quietly at the side, stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm more than happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly before adding, however, we don't necessarily have to wait until we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As long as you find something that interests me in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, we'll have to fight. What? You want to snatch something from me? When Xian Bei heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed. Of course. As long as you have something that interests me, I'll snatch it from you. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. All right. I'll wait and see then. Xian Bei took a deep breath and said with a face full of anticipation. Let's go. At this moment, Zhong Yang's voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, Zhong Yang led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 6 emotion-severing sect's disciples down the stone stairs at the side of the stone platform and walked towards the dark bottomless abyss. Follow them. Chapter 947. That's right. The most unlucky one is still that Skywolf Fort. 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort came. First, there was an unlucky guy who overestimated himself and launched a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, causing him to lose his footing and fall into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could survive. The remaining 19 disciples were also killed because they coveted the treasure in senior brother Ling Tian's hand. If the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Of course, a total of 20 people from Skywolf Fort came, and they were all killed before they even entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If they knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly with each other. When they looked at the purple-clad young man who was slowly descending after putting away the stone tablet with a missing corner, all of their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother Ling Tian is too strong. That's right. Even though I have confidence in him, when I saw him being surrounded by 48 young powerhouses, I still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. Me too. However, I didn't expect that senior brother Ling Tian would only use one sword to kill more than half of the 48 young powerhouses. Even though the remaining half didn't die, they were all crippled and no longer had the strength to fight. I've decided. This time, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian will eat the meat, and I'll follow him. I only need to drink the soup. You're pretty smart, kid. Duan Lingtian had just put away the Devil Seal tablet and landed beside Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong when he heard these words. He could not help but smile wryly. The group of Blade Sect's disciples stood quietly at the side. Their eyes were also filled with reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Could it be that I'm destined to be stepped on by you forever and never be able to surpass you? The gaze of a Saber Gate disciple landed on Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. It was precisely Long Yun. Long Yun, the Saber Young Master that was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had taken the Vice Sect Master of the Saber Sect, Saber 5, as his master by chance, and he was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his path of cultivation. Later on, he even became eminent in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and competed with the young experts of the empires and dynasties all along the way to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he had already followed Saber 5 back to the House of Sabers in the Blade Sect and had officially become a disciple of the House of Sabers. This time, he was one of the 20 young disciples from Blade Sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have imagined that the young man that revealed his extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects a few years ago would have already grown to such an extent? Long Yun sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Let's go. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on him, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and called out to them. Then, he took the lead and walked down the stone stairs at the side of the high platform. The moment Duan Lingtian made his move, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind him. Behind them were Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong. Instantly, the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples followed one by one. The 5 Element Sect's disciples were led by Duan Lingtian. The Blade Sect's disciples were led by Feng Tianwu. The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, followed behind. Their eyes were filled with a complicated expression as they looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader. Once upon a time, the 2 brothers were the most dazzling young disciples of the 5 Element Sect. However, ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, he had snatched away all the glory that originally belonged to them. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we'll never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Although Duan Lingtian had snatched away the glory that originally belonged to him, he did not feel any dissatisfaction toward Duan Lingtian because of this. This was because Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to snatch away his glory. He did not use any underhanded means. Perhaps, he had lost. However, he had lost wholeheartedly. In his opinion, if he wanted to reclaim his glory, he would have to surpass Duan Lingtian. At that time, the glory that originally belonged to him would naturally return as well. I will surpass him. Nangong Chen was still as taciturn as before. He was a man of few words. However, there was a hint of determination in his tone. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. It was apparent that the 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, felt a great pressure because of Duan Lingtian's sudden rise. This pressure was something that they had never encountered before. At this moment, their martial Dao heart had been tempered to be even purer. At the same time, they had a common goal. They wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. Between the 2 of us, whoever surpasses him first will be the big brother in the future. You don't have any objections, right? Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and raised an eyebrow. He wanted to make a bet with Nangong Chen. Then, you'll have to wait to call me big brother. Nangong Chen's expression was cold as he said coolly. Just you wait. Nangong Yi muttered as his eyes gleamed. Currently, he was not as strong as Nangong Chen. Naturally, he knew this very well. The reason he made such a bet with Nangong Chen was to motivate himself to surpass Duan Lingtian head-on. Where would the motivation come from if there was no pressure? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the 2 brothers. He also did not know that Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were using him as a benchmark to surpass their goal. It's getting darker. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu led the way as they led the group of 5 Element Sect and Blade Sect's disciples down the stone staircase. In front of them, The figures of the Empyrean Temple's disciples led by Xian Bei and the two Sun Moon sect's disciples gradually disappeared before their eyes, leaving behind only darkness. At some point in time, flames rose up. It was Feng Tianwu's body that rose explosively, illuminating the surroundings. However, there was a limit to the illumination. However, after the flames on Feng Tianwu's body lit up the surroundings, a ball of flames also rose from the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples. It was obvious that they were inspired by Feng Tianwu. After a while, a ball of flames also rose in front of the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the two Sun Moon sect's disciples. That was where the group of emotion-severing sect, led by Zhongyang, was. With the emotion-severing sect, Empyrean Temple, and Sun Moon sect's disciples leading the way, the Five-Element sect and Blade sect's disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief as they followed behind at a moderate pace. How long is this stone staircase? An hour later, the stone staircase was still the same. They still did not reach the end. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A hint of doubt could be seen on his face. The emotion-severing sect's people are turning, one of the Five-Element sect's disciples exclaimed, waking Duan Lingtian up with a start. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he lifted his head and looked over. However, he noticed that the ball of flames in front of him was moving to the left. As for what was going on, it was impossible for him to see it clearly because they were too far away. After a while, the emotion-severing sect's people moved to the bottom left of Duan Lingtian and the others' line of sight. After a while, the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and the two Sun Moon sect's disciples also turned to the left and followed them. As they moved closer, Duan Lingtian could see the end of the stone staircase through the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body. Of course, it was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front of them suddenly turned and led to the bottom left, opening up a new unknown path. Don't tell me there's no end to this stone staircase. Duan Lingtian and the others turned to the left and continued to walk down. Huang Daniu could not help but frown. We've been walking for more than an hour. Hey! They're speeding up. Before Huang Daniu could finish his sentence, he noticed that the ball of flames from the emotion-severing sect's people had suddenly sped up and flew forward. The Empyrean Temple's flames also sped up. Follow them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He called out to the others and flew after them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Five-Element sect's and Blade sect's disciples immediately followed them. On top of the magnificent door that led to the exit of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the upper echelons of the six major forces stood outside a layer of grey light shield. Their eyes were fixed on the grey light shield, trying to see through it and see what was going on inside. Early on, when Duan Lingtian was the first to pass through the grey light shield and arrive at the high platform, the grey light shield had become even darker, causing the people outside to be unable to see the situation inside clearly. So after Duan Lingtian entered, the people outside were completely unaware of what had happened inside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian would join your Blade sect, yet I never imagined that he would join the Five-Element sect in the end. The Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the two middle-aged men nearby, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Saber 5's face sank when he heard Ning Kan, and he said angrily, Ning Kan, you still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for your Skywolf Fort interfering that day, how could Duan Lingtian have suddenly gone missing? Sword 13's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Ning Kan's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wounds of their Blade sect. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Fort interfering that day with the intention of taking away Duan Lingtian, how could the subsequent events have occurred? How could Duan Lingtian have gone missing? All of you listen up. Once the group of little fellows come out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, us two old fellows will have to make a trip to your Skywolf Fort and ask Azure Wolf to give us an explanation. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Blade sect grunted coldly, and his gaze that was like a blade flashed past the 5 Vice-Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. If Green Wolf can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to have to move my old bones a little. The sect master of the Sword sect spoke with a low voice. They were already aware of the incident from a few months ago. But they didn't take it to heart at that time. As far as they were concerned at that time, there was utterly no need for them to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf fort for a quasi-sword sect disciple that hadn't even joined the sect. But never had they imagined that it was this quasi-sword sect disciple that they didn't take seriously that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that shocked even them. He wasn't even 30 years old, yet he killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who used a grade 2 spirit weapon and had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a pun. Chapter 948. It was precisely because of the Skywolf fort that such a young powerhouse who could be considered as a peerless monster did not manage to join their Blade sect and become their disciple. How could they not be angry? Upon hearing the words of the 2 sect leaders of Blade sect, the 5 vice-fort masters of Skywolf fort merely frowned. However, they were not bothered by it at all. If the 2 old fellows from Blade sect could deal with the fort master of Skywolf fort, their Skywolf fort would not have been able to survive until now. The 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert were evenly matched. None of the forces dared to declare war on another force. Unless they could guarantee that their own powerhouses would not be harmed, they would still be annihilated by the other 2 forces even if they managed to annihilate another force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The group of 5-element sect senior officials, led by Guochong and Chi Yu, stood quietly at the side. Looks like our 5-element sect is pretty lucky. Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, could vaguely hear something from the conversation between the Blade sect and Skywolf fort's senior officials. He could not help but laugh. Only now did he know that Duan Lingtian was preparing to join the Blade sect. It was all because of the trouble caused by the Skywolf fort that Duan Lingtian managed to come to the eastern district of the northern desert by chance and joined their 5-element sect. This is the fate between our 5-element sect and him. Chi Yu's eyes gleamed as a gentle smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The him that Chi Yu was referring to was naturally Duan Lingtian. I hope that Duan Lingtian can surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if they don't find the profundity fragment. With the 9th-level advanced water concept and 9th-level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough to the martial Monarch stage. Guochong looked at Chi Yu. His eyes gleamed brightly like the stars in the sky. Don't count on me. Chi Yu shook his head. You should know that even if I really make a breakthrough to the martial Monarch stage, I won't continue to stay in the northern desert. You should know what I yearn for. If it wasn't for the accident that happened 20 years ago, perhaps, I wouldn't be in the northern desert now. When Chi Yu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with yearning as he looked toward the north. I thought you've already given up on leaving the northern desert and going to the central district of the Cloud Continent. I can't believe that you still want to go there. Guochong smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows. There are some things that will never change. Chi Yu muttered. After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian and the others finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the side of the high platform. The 10,000 element sects as well as the Skywolf sect as well as the Black the platform was surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sect. The young disciples from the various sects had a confused expression on their faces. Duan Lingtian's sect stood on the fort. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to spy on the situation behind the black fog. However, he discovered that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from getting closer. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. All of a sudden, an old voice resonated from all directions. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Lingtian's sect. At once, everyone felt as though they were struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian's sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. After looking around for a while, he confirmed it. It's the Polyphony formation. The Polyphony formation was an inscription formation that was similar to the voice transmission jade slip. Once the Polyphony formation was set up, one would be able to condense one's voice into it. Once the Polyphony formation was triggered, the voice would spread out and enter the ears of the people nearby. The owner of the voice earlier. Is he the powerhouse from Emperor Wu who left behind this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Duan Lingtian's sect took a deep breath. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Who's there? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you're so capable. Many young disciples from various forces who were so frightened that their faces turned pale looked around and shouted hysterically. They wanted to use their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. There's no need to shout anymore. Other than us, there's no one else here. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it contained origin energy that overpowered the hysterical roars of the disciples from various forces. At once, the young disciples from various forces quieted down. Their eyes shifted to Hu Lin in unison. What did you say? You said that other than us, there's no one else here? The disciples from various forces looked at Hu Lin skeptically. It was obvious that they did not believe his words. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Duan Lingtian. I think he knows better than me what happened earlier. In the face of so many people's skeptical gazes, Hu Lin shrugged and looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted Duan Lingtian to clean up this mess. As the group of young disciples from the four major forces, Five-Element Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect looked at him, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Lin deeply. He did not expect this Sun Moon sect's disciple to have such an amazing observation skill. He knew that the reason why Hu Lin said that was definitely because he saw the realization on his face just now and saw something from it. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at them one by one. He's right. Other than us, there's no one else here. The young disciples from the four major forces might not believe Hu Lin's words. However, they did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words. If there's no one else here, then what was that voice earlier? That's right, we all heard it clearly. It was an old voice. It was obviously an old man talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples from the four major forces did not dare to question Duan Lingtian, they still could not help but whisper to each other and voice out their doubts. Old man? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Do you think there's an old man who can enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure through the inscription formation at the entrance that tests one's age? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Duan Lingtian continued. The voice earlier came from an inscription formation called the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation's principle is similar to the voice transmission Jade Slip. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to trigger it, and it can only be transmitted to one person's ear. The former, on the other hand, has many ways to trigger it. It can transmit the voice like a normal person speaking. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, he added, although this polyphony formation isn't a complicated inscription formation, the spiritual energy it requires is extremely high. At the very least, it requires a spiritual energy above the martial emperor stage to be able to successfully inscribe and set it up. Polyphony formation? An inscription formation that can only be inscribed and set up by an Emperor Wu's inscription master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young disciples from the four major forces, including Feng Tianwu, Xian Bei, and Zhong Yang, were shocked. They were stunned and could not regain their senses for a long time. You know about the polyphony formation? Before the young disciples from the four major forces could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Sun Moon sect's disciple, Hu Lin, and asked curiously. I've read about it in an ancient book before. Hu Lin nodded. At this moment, the young disciples from the four major forces regained their senses one by one. Since the polyphony formation is an inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu's inscription master, could the voice earlier be his voice? I guess it's very likely that he's the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. No wonder he said we're welcome. The young disciples from the four major forces discussed among themselves. Soon, they came to an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. Welcome. Young people from entrance number 2. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, that old and aged voice once again sounded from all directions, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. This time, Everyone who was mentally prepared did not lose their composure like before. However, among the various forces, there were still some female disciples who were more timid. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and were on the verge of collapsing. Entrance number 2. This time, many people began to chew on the words. They confirmed one thing from the words of the Emperor Wu Powerhouse. That Emperor Wu Powerhouse said that we're the young people from entrance number 2. Don't tell me there are other young people from entrance number 1, entrance number 3, entrance number 4, and entrance number 5 in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Huang Danyu's eyes widened as he questioned with a horrified expression on his face. When Huang Danyu's voice entered the ears of the young disciples from the major forces, most of them felt as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought they were the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Moreover, many of them were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Therefore, they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it. However, they realized that the young disciples from the 6 major forces were not the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the entrance that they came from, there were other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This could be deduced from the words of the Emperor Wu Powerhouse earlier. What should we do? There are actually other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I wonder how strong are the young powerhouses who came from other entrances. There shouldn't be any young powerhouses from second-rate forces who came in, right? One of the Blade Sect's disciples gasped as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy. However, it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone heard what he said. Chapter 949. That was right. Since there might be other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely be discovered by other people as well. Once they were discovered, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the other forces near the entrance would definitely send in young disciples below the age of 40 to search for the treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would tempt even the second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were much more powerful than the third-rate forces they were in. They even had martial monarch powerhouses in their ranks. In such a force, there would definitely be no lack of talented young disciples with monstrous comprehension. The overall strength of those young disciples would definitely surpass them. After all, they were only disciples from third-rate forces at most. Not only that, this time, it was not just the young disciples from the second-rate forces who came in. Even if it was the young disciples from the other third-rate forces who came in from the other entrances, they would still feel pressured. This was because it meant that there would be another group of people who would want to share the loot with them. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally stronger than them. If they encountered them, they would only be tortured. They would not be able to win or win. In the end, they would only end up empty-handed. Not only that, they might not even end up empty-handed. Who knew if there would be a ruthless person among the young disciples from the second-rate forces who would kill them indiscriminately the moment they saw them? The moment they thought of this, most of the disciples from the various forces felt pressured. Perhaps, among the group of disciples from our 5-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian is not afraid of the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even senior brother Chen, senior brother Yi, and senior brother Danyu would be at a disadvantage if they encounter the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. One of the 5-element sect's disciples took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on Duan Lingtian before it swept past Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Huang Danyu. The other 5-element sect's disciples agreed with this 5-element sect's disciple. They had seen senior brother Ling Tian's strength before. They believed that even the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces might not be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. What are you afraid of? Anyway, I've already decided that I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With senior brother Ling Tian around, even if we can't get too many treasures, we can at least keep our lives. Very soon, some of the 5-element sect's disciples locked their gazes on Duan Lingtian as they spoke with a determined look on their faces. I also want to follow senior brother Ling Tian. Although the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure are good, They are far less important than my own life. Of course, if the treasure is gone, at most it will be a pity for a while, but if you lose your life, then you will have nothing left. Life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I will also follow senior brother Ling Tian. The group of 5 element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. At the same time, they looked at the purple-clad young man nearby, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing there and looking around as though he was observing something. At the same time, other than the 2 remaining disciples from Sun Moon sect, the group of Blade sect's disciples began to approach Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek protection from Feng Tianwu. The Empyrean Temple's disciples also followed Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. Right now, there were only 8 people left from the emotion-severing sect. Zhong Yang stood there with a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected at all by the fact that there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Qi Feng, Qin Ran, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples followed Zhong Yang closely. Zhong Yang was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Elder brother Duan. When Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian frowning, a hint of doubt appeared on her delicate face. She vaguely realized that her elder brother Duan might have noticed something. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong, who were not far away, also noticed that something was amiss. Duan Lingtian, what's wrong? Huang Daniu asked loudly. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Huang Daniu's voice was like a clap of thunder. At once, it attracted the attention of the young disciples from various forces. Their eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. The rest of us. I'm afraid we'll have to walk on our own in the future. Duan Lingtian's furrowed brows relaxed as he said slowly. Huh. The moment they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was confused. They could not make heads or tails of it. At this moment, the old voice continued to sound. Little fellows who came from entrance number 2. As long as you enter the surrounding black fog, you'll be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure in no time. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, there's a lot of wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life. The most precious thing is none other than the 5 Monarch stage profundity fragment. On top of that, there's a palace in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that I left behind. That's where I'll be resting when I die. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered all over the Emperor Wu's secret realm. You'll have to search for it yourself if you want to obtain it. The only thing you'll be able to obtain from the place where I'll be resting is the 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments and the Emperor stage profundity fragment in my body. The old voice stopped abruptly when it reached this point. At this moment, all the young disciples from various forces, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. Their eyes narrowed as they shone brightly. 8 profundity fragments. Did I hear that right? Huang Daniu sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself in disbelief. You didn't hear it wrong. It's indeed 8 profundity fragment. 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment. Zhong Shouyong shook his head and said blankly. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul. Nobody knew where his heart had flown to. Emperor stage profundity fragment. What's that? Feng Tianwu frowned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. The profundities that martial Monarch powerhouses master are usually the Monarch stage profundity. If a 9th level martial Monarch powerhouse wants to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he must first comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. The Emperor stage profundity is the pass for a 9th level martial Monarch powerhouse to enter the Emperor Wu stage. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's question, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu as he replied to Feng Tianwu. The significance of the Emperor stage profundity to a 9th level martial Monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation concept to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist and the significance of the Monarch stage profundity to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. If he didn't comprehend it, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. If a 9th level void transformation powerhouse hasn't comprehended the Monarch stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the martial Monarch stage and become a martial Monarch powerhouse. In that case, if a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse hasn't comprehended the Emperor stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Duan Lingtian explained word by word. Naturally, he had obtained this information from the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. When the people present heard about the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they guessed that it was related to the Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, when they found out about the Emperor stage profundity fragment's specific function, they could not help but gasp. Then, does this mean that the Emperor stage profundity fragment is more precious than the Monarch stage profundity fragment? Huang Daniu's breathing quickened as he panted heavily. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, the difficulty of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage is more than 100 times harder than a 9th-level void transformation martial artist to break through to the martial monarch stage. The reason for this is that it's difficult for them to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an Emperor stage profundity fragment that's suitable for them, they can use it to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity and achieve the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu stage, becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel excited. His eyes shone brightly. The Emperor stage profundity fragment. He had to admit that he was tempted. The message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse said that as long as we enter the surrounding black fog, we'll enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A disciple from an unknown force said. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes fell on the black fog surrounding the platform they were on. Let's go. Zhong Yang ordered. He led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples and flew into the black fog surrounding the platform. In just a blink of an eye, the 8 emotion-severing sect's disciples, including Zhong Yang, disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first as well. At this moment, Xian Bei nodded at Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian, he flew into the surrounding black fog. Behind him, the 19 Empyrean Temple's disciples, including Oyu Chen, followed like shadows. After the 2 Sun-Moon sect's disciples nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, they also flew into the black fog. Duan Lingtian, you've killed so many Sun-Moon sect's disciples. However, these 2 fellows don't seem to hate you at all. Not only that, but they even greeted you in such a friendly manner. Huang Daniu looked in the direction where the 2 Sun-Moon sect's disciples left. He could not help but feel surprised. They're smart people. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I admit that. If they weren't smart, I'm afraid they would have been cut into 2 or 3 pieces like the other Sun-Moon sect's disciples. When Huang Daniu recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian made his move on the high platform earlier, he could still feel chills running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, who was usually gentle and humble, would have such a bloodthirsty side to him? At that time, Duan Lingtian was like an Asura who had crawled out of purgatory. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river and bodies piled up like a mountain. Elder brother Duan, let's go in together. Chapter 950. Perhaps. We can't go in together. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Feng Tianwu's greeting. Why? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. The group of 5 Element sect's disciples and Blade sect's disciples, including Huang Daniu, also looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by his words. I've investigated the surrounding black fog. There are numerous illusory inscription formations within it, and the number of them is beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding black fog with dread. He muttered, there's only one function of these inscription formations. It's to separate the people who enter and scatter them in every corner of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was only natural that he knew the meaning of the inscription formations in the black fog. This was because there were similar inscription formations in some of the games that the reincarnation Emperor Wu played in the past. The main purpose was to separate the people who were gathered together and scatter them in different places to undergo the cruel test of survival. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest would survive. Only those who survived in the end would be rewarded. Oh, I see. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to stay by your side to be more secure. But now, it seems like my plan is going to be ruined. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Huang Daniu's words left his mouth, two figures flew out like the wind and entered the black fog around the platform in a flash. Their figures disappeared. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. One of the Five Element sect's disciples exclaimed. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and strode out toward the black fog around the platform. He was ready to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong followed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The group of Five Element sect disciples and Saber sect disciples did not seem to believe Xiao Chen. They just followed the five of them, making Xiao Chen feel helpless. These fellows. Did they really think that I was lying to them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he did not say much. As long as a group of people entered the black fog, they would naturally know that everything he said was true. After a short while, the group of people led by Duan Lingtian walked toward the black fog surrounding the platform in a mighty manner. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the black fog, and his figure disappeared. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong followed closely behind. Behind the four of them, the group of disciples from Five Elements sect and Blade sect followed suit. All of them entered the black fog, completely disappearing from sight. For a moment, the vast platform that was surrounded by black fog became empty and devoid of human habitation. After Duan Lingtian entered the black fog, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was alone on a vast grassland. The grassland was beautiful and lush with greenery. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Head northwest. At the end of the grassland, you'll find the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, an old voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. It was none other than the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like the inscription formations in the black fog that can create illusions are more or less accompanied by some polyphony formations. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian knew that everything before his eyes was an illusion, he also knew that he had to follow the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At this moment, he, who was in the illusion, was destined to part ways with the others and go his own way. I should be able to fly here, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the thought left his mind, he tried to step into the air. With a leap, his entire body rose into the air. As expected. After discovering that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although it was not a problem for him to run across such a vast grassland, it was much more strenuous than flying. As expected of the illusion created by the inscription formation inscribed and set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. It's really sturdy. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy out in an attempt to shake the illusion that he was in. However, in the end, he discovered that the illusion did not budge at all. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. That was an inscription formation set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he could really shake it, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test in this illusion, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he muttered to himself. Soon after flying out for a short while, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Looks like I really jinxed it. There's actually some offensive inscription formations mixed in with this inscription formation that created the illusion. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, a gust of violent wind suddenly rose in the air that he flew past. The vast violent wind swept across the sky and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The violent wind raged, and the corporeal green wind blades followed like shadows as they swept towards him from all directions. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! After his spiritual energy stretched out and sensed the strength of these violent winds and wind blades, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of these violent winds and wind blades was at most comparable to a 5th or 6th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th or 6th level intermediate wind concept, and they were unable to form any threat to him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he punched out with his full strength, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens. Bang! 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 Instantly, a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps resounded out without end, and it flashed through the sky and shook the hearts of others. Bang! An enormous bang exploded out, and it was Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that collided with the violent winds and wind blades that followed the violent winds like a cannonball. The strength of a first-level void transformation stage martial artist when his origin energy exploded out was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Second-level advanced wind concept was comparable to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts were combined together, it was similarly the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When such a formidable force swept out, it easily crushed the violent winds and wind blades, causing them to completely vanish before Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 After crushing the violent winds and wind blades that covered the sky, the force that gushed out from Duan Lingtian's fist didn't reduce in the slightest as it tore through the sky, and it once again gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. When the force completely vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the surrounding space finally returned to calm. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian, who swung out a punch with his full strength, spat out a mouthful of foul air to his heart's content. He didn't hold back in the slightest in the punch from before, and his origin energy exploded out as 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows, causing the hot blood in his entire body to boil. Let's go. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian continued to fly towards the direction that Emperor Wu's powerhouse left behind, which was the northwest direction, and he headed towards the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was continuously disturbed by some offensive inscription formations. However, before his domineering strength, the energy that stretched out from those inscription formations was completely destroyed by his punch. There was no surprise at all. Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts, 1 2nd-level void transformation concept, and his cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation stage. He was simply like an invincible ferocious beast that rampaged all the way in this illusory realm. I wonder how the others are doing. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian still hadn't entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure, and he couldn't help but think of the others because he was bored. He knew that the others must be in the same situation and experience as he was. The purpose of this inscription formation's existence is to put me in a corner of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I've been traveling at full speed for 10 days, but I still haven't arrived at my destination. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. However, he also knew that he had no other choice but to travel obediently. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The northern desert, starting from the central area all the way to the northern area, formed 2 different worlds from the western, southern, and eastern areas of the northern desert. In the latter area, the third-rate forces could be considered as the strongest. In the former area, which was the central area and northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful forces. They were also the 3 giants of the northern desert. These 3 colossi were all second-rate forces without exception. All the second-rate forces on Cloud Continent were forces that had as many experts as the clouds. Most importantly, they had martial monarchs holding down the fort, and it was far from something a third-rate force could compare to. There was a Hungduan mountain range at the border between the central area and northern area of the northern desert. It was uninhabited all year round, and very few people came here. However, there were many people here today. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Swift figures came from the north and flew across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived above the Hungduan mountain range. There were a total of 11 people in total. The person in the lead was an old man with a cold expression and a thin body. The old man was dressed in grey, and when he flew across the sky, a gust of wind began to flow in front of him. One could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. Behind the old man in grey, there were 8 young men and 2 young women. They all had one thing in common, and that was they did not look more than 40 years old. Supreme Elder, are we late? Behind the old man in grey, a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes who was dressed in green could not help but ask. He was carrying a sheathed long sword on his back. It's only a few hours. It's all right. The old man in grey shook his head. He did not seem to care at all. After a while, the old man in grey dove down and brought the 10 young men and women into the Hungduan mountain range. They landed in the sky above a valley. Chapter 951. We thought you wouldn't come, old fart. When the grey-clad old man appeared with 10 young men and women, the 2 old men in the sky above the valley reacted. One of them looked at the grey-clad old man and said nonchalantly, "Me. Since you 2 old farts are here, why wouldn't I be here?" The grey-clad old man snorted and looked down at the valley. The ground in the middle of the valley was covered by a deep grey light shield, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. "All of you, go in." The grey-clad old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and his voice was majestic. "Yes." As soon as the grey-clad old man finished speaking, the 10 young men and women flew out and fell toward the grey light shield. In the next moment, 7 young men and 2 young women passed through the grey light shield and disappeared before the eyes of the 3 old men. Only a young man who looked to be in his 40s was left. He landed on the grey light shield and was completely blocked. At the same time, the grey light shield trembled. You hid your real age." The grey-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The other 2 old men could not help but frown. Before the young man could react, the air around his body swayed as though it had been sucked away. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the young man's body exploded without any warning. He turned into a rain of blood and completely disappeared from this world. A man over the age of 40 wants to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. How naive. One of the other 2 old men could not help but sneer. In the sky above the vast plain. Whoosh! A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky, heading towards the northwest direction. It's almost been a month, and we still haven't reached the end of this plain. The person who was traveling in the sky above the plain was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. "With my speed. Such a long time is enough for me to return to the 5-element sect in the southern of the northern desert. The real Emperor Wu's secret treasure hasn't arrived yet." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "How big is the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that the Emperor Wu powerhouse opened? It can't be bigger than the northern desert, right?" Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little scared. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was an underground project. It was located in the underground of the northern desert. If it covered a larger area than the northern desert, it would undoubtedly be spread all over the northern desert. Once it collapsed, the entire northern desert would experience a huge earthquake. 3 days later. "Is that the end of the grassland?" Duan Lingtian, who was running all the way and gradually became a little numb, saw the black fog that appeared in the distance in front of him with just a glance. It separated the grassland. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the black fog. He knew that he had reached the end of the grassland. As long as he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret realm. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian increased his speed. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the black fog. After entering the black fog, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. After flying for a while, a small light spot appeared in the pitch-black environment. Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian knew that the small light spot must be the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What he needed to do now was to pass through it and arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are not attractive to me at all. The small light spot continued to enlarge in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, unless there's some special treasure. I'm only interested in the profundity fragment. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was a cave entrance that could accommodate one person. The other side of the cave entrance was as bright as day. Enter. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew through the cave entrance. Almost at the same time, the message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Remember this place. Apart from being the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this place is also the exit for you to leave the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When you pass through the cave entrance, the inscription formation at the cave entrance will record your aura. From this moment onward, only you can enter and exit this cave entrance. The message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse came to an abrupt end at this point. I'm the only one who can enter and exit this cave entrance. Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around to look at the cave entrance behind him. The other side of the cave entrance was grey, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding cave walls. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover its existence at all. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian soon found out the principle of the inscription formation. It was similar to a spatial ring that had recognized its owner. Unless the owner died, it would not recognize a second owner. However, the inscription formation that covered the cave entrance was slightly different. Even if the owner died, it would not allow a second person to enter and exit. In other words, after I obtain enough benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I can only leave through this cave entrance. It's the same for the others. Each of them has their own cave entrance, and I can only leave from there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. After he realized what was going on, he began to look at his surroundings. All he saw was an empty cave. It was as though someone had forcefully hollowed it out. Although this was an underground cave, there was no lack of light. It was as though it was daytime. There should be an inscription formation that was inscribed and set up using the luminous pearl as the material. Duan Lingtian could easily guess the reason. The cave was huge. The surface area was as big as a standard football field on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. There were a total of 4 exits that led to 4 different directions. Duan Lingtian searched the cave for a while. After he did not find any treasures, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found himself in another cave. The difference between this cave and the previous one was like the difference between a hall and a room. There were only 4 exits in the previous cave. However, standing in this cave, Duan Lingtian could see more than 10 different exits that led to more than 10 different places. This place. It's like a maze. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Duan Lingtian did not stop as he traveled. After an hour, not only did Duan Lingtian not find any treasures, he did not even see a shadow of a person. Moreover, he did not encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian flew into a bigger cave. This cavern looked like an empty training ground. Duan Lingtian stood inside and looked around the cavern. For a moment, he felt that he was so tiny. Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the top of the cave in the middle. There was an exquisite box that was embedded there. Half of it was exposed. I finally found it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he was not sure if he would be interested in the item in the exquisite box, it was still the first treasure he found after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was a good start. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out with the intention of taking the exquisite box. However, as soon as he was in midair, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically as though he had noticed something. He moved his body and retreated in a hurry. He turned into a purple lightning and returned to the place where he was standing earlier. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a khaki-colored lightning flashed across the sky and pierced through the air where Duan Lingtian was standing. It set off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. In the end, the khaki-colored lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. All that was left was a bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Ling Tian gasped, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Rumble. 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock, a series of loud noises resonated in his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire cave began to shake as though the ground was shaking. T. Extending his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian immediately noticed that the aura of many inscription formations around him began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that they had been activated. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he noticed this. After a while, waves of vast khaki-colored energy rose from the ground all over the cave. It gradually solidified and transformed into khaki-colored puppets. Not long after, hundreds of khaki-colored puppets appeared. Their eyes flickered with a khaki-colored flame. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and locked onto Duan Lingtian. How extravagant! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the hundreds of khaki-colored puppets that appeared before him. Through the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew. Each of the khaki-colored puppets before him had an earth concept fragment in their bodies. That was one of the sources of their energy. Naturally, their energy did not only consist of earth concept but also origin energy. In their bodies, there were more or less inscription formations formed by origin stones that provided them with origin energy. It allowed them to fuse the earth concept and origin energy together like ordinary martial artists to fight their enemies. These puppets are different from the earth puppets I encountered in the sword Monarch's treasure. It's difficult for the latter to use the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. However, the former can completely unleash the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. Duan Lingtian looked solemnly at the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that he was facing a group of people whose strength was not inferior to a void transformation martial artist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 952. Boom. Soon after, one of the khaki puppets stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Lingtian like the wind. Milky white origin energy soared from its body before it merged with the earth concept that soared up. It transformed into a rolling khaki energy that coiled around its body and helped it raise its speed to the limit. Whoosh! At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared in the sky above the khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. 7th level Void Interpretation Stage Origin Energy. 1st level Advance Earth Concept. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really worried that the group of puppets before him had 7th level Earth Concept fragments or above in their bodies. If that was the case, then he was bound to be unlucky today. The khaki energy that suffused the body of the puppet that charged towards Duan Lingtian quickly resonated with the earth. At this moment, there was no distinction between them. Whoosh! In the sky, another 100 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared beside the 300 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes. They can actually borrow the earth energy with their earth concept. Apart from the fact that they don't have intelligence and can't use spirit weapons, what's the difference between them and human martial artists? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he stared blankly at the 400 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes that pounced towards him. Whoosh! At the same time, the khaki puppet arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. It swept its fist out and smashed towards Duan Lingtian's head like a cannonball that was shot out from a barrel. The puppet's fist was coiled with waves of vast khaki energy that rolled out. It was earth-shattering, and the air was compressed to the point it set off a wave of ear-piercing air explosions. Boom! 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 The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons swept out along with the continuous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duan Lingtian and was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating strength since a long time ago, met the attack with his fist fearlessly. His origin energy exploded out, and 4 types of concepts followed like shadows. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons swept out. Bang! As Duan Lingtian's fist and the puppet's fist collided, a loud sound reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving. Duan Lingtian, the puppet's fist, Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, the puppet crashed to the ground and transformed into a pile of rubble. A yellow fragment was mixed in the rubble, and it was particularly conspicuous. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian Duan Lingtian. Although this first-level Earth concept fragment was of no use to him, it was still a concept fragment after all. Its value was extraordinary, and it might be of use to him in the future. So strong. The person hiding in the corner of the cave was a young man in blue clothes. He witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian destroying the puppet with one punch, and his face couldn't help but change greatly. That puppet could exert the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if it used all its strength. But it was still destroyed by his punch in a head-on collision. He's a disciple of the North Nether sect. When did such a person appear in the Dark North sect? The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath. There was a hint of fear between his brows. At the same time, he secretly guessed the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him. Looks like I can only wait for him to be besieged by the remaining puppets before I can retrieve the box that contains the treasure. Otherwise, once he discovers me, I'll definitely die. The blue-clothed youth made up his mind. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. After killing one of the puppets, he turned his attention to the remaining puppets. At this moment, the remaining group of puppets also began to move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Duan Lingtian was tensed up, a group of puppets charged at him from all directions. Their speed was as fast as the puppet that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Moreover, among these puppets, there were many existences whose strength far surpassed that puppet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the group of hundreds of puppets that surrounded Duan Lingtian were tens of thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at him from all directions. The khaki-colored flames in the eyes of the puppets soared and raged as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were going to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that there was only one direct method to deal with these puppets that didn't possess human intelligence, and that was to completely annihilate them. Only in this way would he be able to deal with the danger before him. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted waves of destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he obtained from the sword Monarch's treasure. Although the strongest puppet among the group of puppets that pounced at him only had the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons after borrowing the earth energy, the strength of the strongest puppet was only comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. However, the problem was that he was not facing one or two puppets, but over 100 puppets. Perhaps the strength of these puppets could not be combined, but once they covered the sky and covered the earth as they descended towards him, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. What he needed to do now was to charge out of the encirclement and destroy these puppets separately. If he were to go head-on with them, then he would definitely be courting death. Bang! 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 Over 100 puppets pounced at Duan Lingtian and punched out in unison, causing the air to be compressed and set off a wave of noise and ear-piercing explosions that continued without end for a long time. Moreover, at the same time that the explosions spread out, the airflow in the air was swiftly compressed, causing waves of invisible airwaves to surge out and set off a wave of vast gales that blew dust all over the cavern. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 puppets, Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared since the beginning, looked straight to the side and flashed out. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook, and a vast energy swept out through it. Instantly, 3 material divine dragons whistled out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed brilliantly as they shot out 6 extreme flashes that blasted 6 puppets to death. As soon as the 6 puppets fell, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out rapidly, dodging the encirclement of the group of puppets. However, after he left the encirclement, the group of puppets still chased after him. Although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy that they would not rest until he was dead. It was as though they would not stop until Duan Lingtian was dead. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed out of the encirclement, snorted coldly in the face of over 100 puppets that were attacking him. His body moved like the wind, and in the next moment, he flashed toward more than 10 puppets that were not far away. 9 dragons radiant flash. Sword drawing art. Every time Duan Lingtian swung the sword in his hand, either 3 divine dragons would surge out and shoot out 6 extreme flashes, or it would transform into a bolt of lightning and destroy a puppet. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, he'll definitely be able to slaughter all the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man who was hiding in the corner gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the ceiling in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed toward the ceiling of the cavern. Duan Lingtian, who was one-sidedly crushing and destroying the group of puppets, was completely immersed in the battle. Naturally, he did not notice that someone had appeared, let alone that someone was going to take the exquisite box in the middle of the cavern. That exquisite box was the box that contained the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. The 100 puppets that Duan Lingtian was facing now were the test that he had to go through in order to obtain the treasure. Now that Duan Lingtian was facing the test here, someone was secretly trying to take the treasure away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning and like a venomous serpent. Every single time it flashed out, it would easily destroy one or a few puppets, and not a single puppet was able to survive under his sword. Boom, 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 boom. After their companions were killed, the puppets that did not have intelligence continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian without any fear. They would not rest until they were dead. However, without exception, there was only destruction in their end. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's figure had already approached the top of the cavern. He reached out at lightning speed and took the exquisite box that was embedded in the top of the cavern. A brilliant smile appeared on the blue-clad young man's face as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. He had succeeded. After he fought with his life on the line and killed all the puppets, he'll only find out that the treasure has been taken away by someone else. I think he'll be so angry that he'll vomit more than 3 liters of blood, right? The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on his face. However, when he looked over, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their socket. This was because he noticed that when he took the exquisite box from the top of the cavern, the puppets that were charging toward the purple-clad young man stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at him. The khaki flames in their eyes continued to rise as though they were declaring their anger. Run! When the blue-clad young man saw that the group of puppets was about to give up on the purple-clad young man and charge toward him, horror dawned on his face. He did not dare to hesitate as he moved his body and fled into the distance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the blue-clad young man made his move, the remaining khaki puppets gave up on Duan Lingtian and chased after him. What's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned by the actions of the group of puppets. He instinctively turned his head to look at them. With just a glance, a layer of frost appeared on his face. You want to take something that belongs to me, Duan Lingtian? Chapter 953. Whoosh. The blue-clad young man's speed was very fast. As he fled, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. They were as fast as the wind. First-level void transformation martial artist. He had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Is it someone who came in from another entrance? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He quickly overtook the group of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved again and caught up to the blue-clad young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook and turned into a flash of lightning. The sword whistled briefly. Cough. The blue-clad young man did not even have time to react when a clear sword mark appeared on his throat. As he coughed, the sword mark opened and blood spurted out. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the blue-clad young man fell to the ground along with the box that contained the treasure. He flew out from the inertia and only came to a stop after his body brushed against the ground for dozens of meters. At the same time, the exquisite box fell to the ground and opened with a pa sound. A fragment that was emitting a deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Earth Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the fragment. He raised his hand anxiously and used his origin energy to pull the fragment from the exquisite box into his hand. *T. Almost at the same time when he held the fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and sensed a familiar aura from the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th level Monarch stage Earth Profundity fragment is yours. The martial Monarch's voice resonated from the exquisite box. His voice spread far and wide with a terrifying penetrating force. It's actually an improved polyphony formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. Even if the polyphony formation was activated, the sound would only spread to a radius of 100 meters. However, the improved polyphony formation had a terrifying penetrating power. It could spread the sound to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time and enter the ears of everyone within 10,000 meters. That Emperor Wu must have done it on purpose. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the purpose, it was none other than to make it too easy for the person who obtained the treasure. Boom, 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 boom. Unknowingly, the remaining dozens of earthen yellow puppets had caught up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their stone fists pierced through the air and smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash and the sword drawing art, instantly annihilating a small portion of the puppets. Kill. As Duan Lingtian's eyes filled with killing intent, the remaining puppets all died at his hands. When all the puppets fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silhouettes ran from 3 different directions and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. They came to a halt and revealed their true identities. The 3 young men looked at each other before their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. 7th level Monarch stage Earth Profundity fragment. 3 pairs of eyes shot out 3 burning and greedy gazes as they focused on Duan Lingtian. They completely ignored the puppets that had turned into rocks all over the place. They did not even notice the blue-clad young man's body that was completely crushed by the rocks. Hand over the profundity fragment you obtained. Otherwise, die. Among the 3 young men, the young man who had a cold expression glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said coolly. Although the other 2 young men did not say anything, they were also glaring at the fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining with khaki energy. They knew that it was the 7th level Monarch stage Earth Profundity fragment. The martial Monarch's voice came from afar and entered their ears. They had followed the voice and rushed over immediately. They're not the ones who came in with me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 young men who surrounded him. He immediately realized that they were not the ones who came in from entrance number 2 with him. Which entrance did you come in from? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. Entrance number 1, the young man who had a cold expression on his face answered. Entrance number 1? Duan Lingtian came to a realization and asked again, are all of you from the northern desert as well? Are you from the northern desert as well? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other young man raised an eyebrow and questioned him in a condescending tone. He was not courteous at all. Duan Lingtian did not care about the other party's tone. Now, he had confirmed the other party's origin from the other party's words. Do all of you want this profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian weighed the fragment in his hand and asked calmly. Of course. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier shouted as if it was a matter of course. But there are 3 of you. Who should I give this profundity fragment to? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously. No matter who you give it to, you have to hand it over first. The words of the stern-faced young man were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then who should I give it to? Duan Lingtian asked again. Leave it to me, the young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier said. I have no objections. The young man who had remained silent all this while also chimed in. The minority obeys the majority. The young man in front looked at the young man with a cold expression and said with a smile. Humph. Don't think that I don't know that all of you are Izumo sect's disciples. The Izumo movement skill that all of you displayed when you came in has already exposed your identities. The young man with a cold expression said in disdain. Then, does this mean that you're from North Nether sect? The two young men who were echoing each other earlier shifted their gazes to the young man with a cold expression and asked in a deep voice. That's right. The latter nodded and did not deny it. When our Izumo sect and Anika sect came in, your North Nether sect was nowhere to be seen. I can't believe that all of you actually made it in time. The Izumo sect's disciple who spoke rudely sneered. Izumo sect. Anika sect. North Nether sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the two young men, his eyes narrowed immediately. Before he left the Five-Element sect, he had never heard of these three sects. However, during the 1 month he spent traveling to the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in the southwest of the Northern Desert after leaving the Five-Element sect, he had learned a lot about the Northern Desert from Huang Daniu and Chen Wei. In the Northern Desert, other than the eastern, southern, and western regions, there were a bunch of third-rate forces that ruled supreme. In the central area of the Northern Desert and the northern area of the Northern Desert, there were 3 powerful second-rate forces. They were sects that had existed for thousands of years. Izumo sect in the central region of the Northern Desert. North Nether sect in the northern region of the Northern Desert. Other than these 2 sects, there was another sect that was located at the intersection of the central and northern regions of the Northern Desert. It was Anika sect. They're from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder they're so powerful. As it turns out, they're young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Senior brother Shu, why are we wasting our breath on him? Let's kill him first and then snatch the profundity fragment from that boy, another Izumo sect's disciple suggested. All right. The moment the Izumo sect's disciple who was addressed as senior brother Shu heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately flew out and charged toward the North Nether sect's disciple who had a cold expression on his face. The other Izumo sect's disciple followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh. One of them used a sword while the other used a saber. They unleashed their full strength the moment they made their move. They attacked the North Nether sect's disciple who stood motionless in the distance as though he was scared silly. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of their heads, displaying their full strength. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. When their origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Both of them used Grade 2 spirit weapons that could amplify their strength by 78% on top of their origin energy. It was close to the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, both of them had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Once they unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the 3 of them were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons. If that's the case, the blue-clad young man who wanted to seize the opportunity to take away the 7th-level Monarch stage Earth profundity fragment might be from Izumo sect, North Nether sect, or Anika sect as well. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side and being ignored by the 2 Izumo sect's disciples and the North Nether sect's disciple, could not help but recall the blue-clad young man whom he had killed with a single slash of his sword. The blue-clad young man was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Moreover, he did not come in through entrance number 2 with him. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Gusts of violent wind blew in his face, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. He saw that the North Nether sect's disciple was facing the two Izimo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. With his pair of iron fists, he easily blocked their attacks. Of course, the North Nether sect's disciple did not fight the two Izimo sect's disciples empty-handed. He used the Grade 2 spirit weapon glove that he wore on his hand and easily blocked the opponent's spirit saber and spirit sword. Faced with the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not surprised at all. Whoosh! Above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragons' silhouettes increased again until it reached more than 830. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the two Izimo sect's disciples in a menacing manner. Second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if this North Nether sect's disciple is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Chapter 954. The North Nether sect's disciple did not use his full strength in the beginning. He only fought with the two Izimo sect's disciples with his strength that was on par with theirs. When the two Izimo sect's disciples saw this, they increased the speed of their attacks. Just as the two of them were getting closer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured his enemies in had a chilling expression on his face. In an instant, his entire strength exploded. The strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons gushed out from his iron fist, setting off a series of wind whistling sound and air exploding sound. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed one of the Izimo sect's disciples. The punch was like a landslide. It was earth-shattering. Boom! A loud sound resonated in the air. The North Nether sect's disciple smashed the spirit saber in the Izimo sect's disciple's hand away with just one punch. The iron fist that was flying across the sky seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to smash down on the Izimo sect's disciple's head. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. The Izimo sect's disciple's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground. Why you actually concealed your strength? The other Izimo sect's disciple who used a sword, the one who had been speaking in an unfriendly tone, turned horrified when he saw his junior brother's head exploding from just one punch from the North Nether sect's disciple. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! Even with his full strength, he only had the strength of more than 550 ancient horned dragons. His opponent, on the other hand, had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, the only thing on his mind right now was to flee. It did not cross his mind that with his strength, he would not be able to escape from this North Nether sect's disciple. The Izimo sect's disciple had just fled for more than 10 meters when the North Nether sect's disciple caught up with him. Shocked, his head exploded with just one punch and he followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's disciple had already killed two Izimo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. After taking the two spatial rings, his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. Boy! You're very smart. The North Nether sect's disciple with a cold expression looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "It's a good thing you didn't run. Otherwise, you'll die before them. But now, you should be on your way to accompany them." As he spoke, the North Nether sect's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens. "If I give you this profundity fragment, will you kill me as well?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible gleam flashed in them as he asked with interest. "Of course," the North Nether sect's disciple said matter-of-factly, "if you survive and spread the news that I've obtained the 7th level Monarch stage Earth profundity fragment. Wouldn't I become everyone's target? Only dead people don't talk nonsense." The moment his words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sect's disciple's head began to fluctuate. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons became even more corporeal. They were ready to charge out at any time. "Thank you for reminding me." Duan Lingtian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as his gaze fell upon the North Nether sect's disciple. What do you mean? The North Nether sect's disciple could not help but ask in a deep voice when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. Only dead people don't talk nonsense. Duan Lingtian repeated the North Nether sect's disciple's words. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, his body moved and shot out rapidly. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sect's disciple in a menacing manner. A khaki energy vibrated on Duan Lingtian's body. Accompanied by streaks of purple lightning and a vast green wind, it spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand. A sword whistle resonated in the air. An incomparably sharp aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength the moment he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian charged out, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand trembled. The heaven and earth energy above his head began to stir and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes rushed out and pounced toward the North Nether sect's disciple with bared fangs and brandished claws. The North Nether sect's disciple only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the purple figure was already not far away from him. The 1,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes in the sky caused an inexplicable shock to rise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The North Nether sect's disciple was shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked like he was only 25 years old would actually possess such a powerful strength. It was obvious that the two Izimo sect's disciples had never seen the purple-clad young man before this. Moreover, the Izimo sect's disciple had said that they came in together with the Anika sect's disciple. If the purple-clad young man was an Anika sect's disciple, they would definitely recognize him even if they did not know him. Therefore, the purple-clad young man was neither Izimo sect's disciple nor Anika sect's disciple. Since he was a North Nether sect's disciple, he was almost certain that the purple-clad young man in front of him was not from the North Nether sect as well. Based on his words earlier, he revealed that he is also from the Northern Desert. The strongest forces in the Northern Desert are the three second-rate forces. There are North Nether sect, Izimo sect, and Anika sect. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's mind began to spin. Don't tell me he's from a third-rate force? Such a thought suddenly appeared in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in a third-rate force? Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling reverberated in the air, causing the North Nether sect's disciple to regain his senses. He hurriedly threw out a punch to meet the swift sword ray that appeared briefly. Interesting. Seeing how the North Nether sect's disciple actually dared to dodge the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The sword that was originally going to dodge the opponent's fist suddenly trembled. Whoosh! The sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword skyrocketed as it met the iron fist of the North Nether sect's disciple and directly pierced through it. The sword ray swept out in a destructive manner and mercilessly poured into the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. Ha! When the North Nether sect's disciple saw this, he suddenly shouted out loud. The energy in his fist skyrocketed as the strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons surged out. He gave it his all and did not hold back at all. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword ray collided with the energy in the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, a vast airwave swept out like a ripple from the center of the collision between the two of them. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions continued to reverberate in the air. At the same time, it set off gusts of raging wind that blew in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Pa! 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 A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the air. A series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground beneath the North Nether sect's disciples' feet. The cracks continued to spread out like a gigantic spider web. On the other hand, not a single crack appeared beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. From this, One could see that the current collision did not cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian at all. Boom! In the next moment, the energy in Duan Lingtian's sword ray was completely released. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons completely crushed the North Nether sect's disciples' strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in his fist was completely dispersed. That was not all. Spurt! The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword was sent out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It pierced through the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his arm. With a sudden shake, his entire arm was crushed into pieces. A muffled groan that was mixed with a hint of pain came out from the North Nether sect's disciple's mouth. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backward and fell hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there with his sword in his hand. He looked at the North Nether sect's disciple coldly like an undefeatable god of war. "You've got some backbone." A hint of astonishment flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. His sword earlier went through the North Nether sect's disciple's fist and entered his entire arm. It had completely crushed and crippled his arm. The pain he experienced was far from being comparable to having his arm chopped off. However, this North Nether sect's disciple only let out a muffled groan from the beginning until the end. After he was sent flying, he even managed to catch his breath in a short period of time. It was truly frightening. In the next moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's actions shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes could not help but shrink. Wang! The North Nether sect's disciple raised his left hand and turned it into a blade. Origin energy bloomed and transformed into a ray of white saber light. He decisively chopped off the broken arm that could no longer be restored to its original state. Humph! The North Nether sect's disciple let out another muffled groan as he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he consumed a healing pill. His extremely pale face finally regained some color. He can even be so ruthless to himself. This person is really terrifying. Upon seeing this, the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more intense. The killing intent in his heart rose and was difficult to suppress. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it was needless to say that he would be even more ruthless to others. Although Duan Lingtian still admired this North Nether sect's disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften at all. Just like what the other party had said, only a dead person would not speak carelessly. What exactly is the sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it's impossible for it to destroy my gloves. The North Nether sect's disciple took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dread. "You have a good eye," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "How can a mere grade 1 spirit sword be compared to the sword in my hand? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon. Even if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon, I can still destroy it as long as I want to." A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon had broken through the shackles of an ordinary spirit weapon. Other than having a twofold increase in strength, it also possessed an indestructible and powerful characteristic. Chapter 955. Many of the materials used to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon fire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed the ability to destroy ordinary spirit weapons, including grade 1 spirit weapons. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the North Nether sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes. Shock was written all over his face as he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a nobody," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he slowly raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was ready to kill the North Nether sect's disciple at any time. "I'm a North Nether sect's disciple. If you dare to kill me, the North Nether sect will never let you go," the North Nether sect's disciple threatened in a deep voice. Faced with the faintly discernible killing intent in the eyes of the purple-clad young man in front of him, he did not run away. This was because he knew he could not escape. His opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. "There's no third living person here," Do you think anyone will know that I'm the one who killed you if you die here? Upon hearing the North Nether sect's disciple's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He then looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian directly killed him with his sword before he could even react. After killing the North Nether sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian took his spatial ring and the Earth concept fragments from the hundreds of puppets. After putting the hundreds of Earth concept fragments into Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the huge cavern that was as spacious as a training field. For a time, the only things left in the huge cave were some stones piled up everywhere, as well as 3 ghastly corpses. 7th level Monarch stage Earth profundity fragment. Not bad. Duan Lingtian weighed the profundity fragment that was sparkling with khaki energy in his hand as he flew forward. He muttered to himself, together with the 3rd level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment, 3rd level Monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, and 3rd level Monarch stage sword profundity fragment. I have all the profundity fragments that I can use. The most important thing now is to find a profundity fragment that I have no use for and hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian put away the profundity fragment in his hand that was glowing with an earthy yellow energy. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he searched around. Along the way, he also met some young experts from other forces. In addition to the young disciples from other forces who had entered through entrance number 2 with him, he also encountered many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the disciples from the second-rate forces who had entered through entrance number 1. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed many battles. They were either fighting for Grade 2 spirit weapons, Grade 1 spirit weapons, or concept fragments that were above the 7th level. The battles were fierce, and there were young experts who died from time to time. However, Duan Lingtian did not interfere. Whether it was a Grade 2 spirit weapon or a Grade 1 spirit weapon, he was not interested in them at all. As for concept fragments, the only thing he lacked was a 9th level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not encounter it along the way, and he was not interested in the rest. When he was passing by a spacious cave, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a saber chiming entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he looked over and saw a muscular young man swinging the spirit saber in his hand and killing another young man easily. After the muscular young man succeeded with his saber, he looked at the 2 young men who were standing nearby with a grave expression on their faces and said disdainfully, "Now, are the 2 of you still coveting the 9th level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" When the 2 young men heard this, they looked at each other. For a moment, they did not dare to attack the muscular young man anymore. 9th level Earth concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was still wondering when he would come across a 9th level Earth concept fragment. He did not expect to encounter one in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and probed the muscular young man's cultivation base. Third level void transformation. After probing the man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether sect's disciple from before had a cultivation base at the 2nd level void transformation, and it had already shocked him. Now, he had encountered an even stronger existence, a young powerhouse at the 3rd level void transformation stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study the muscular young man seriously. The muscular young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looked careless, his big eyes were gleaming with wisdom. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he seemed. 3rd level void transformation. His strength is equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when he fully explodes his strength. The spirit saber in his hand is a Grade 2 spirit saber. Although its amplification strength is not as good as the spirit weapon that I personally refined, it's not weak either. It can amplify strength by at least 78%. After Duan Lingtian probed the man's cultivation base, he began to ponder in his heart. A 78% amplification on the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons is equivalent to the strength of 310 ancient horned dragons. In other words, he can unleash the strength of over 710 ancient horned dragons without using his concept, as long as he has comprehended the void transformation concept above the second level. I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he gasped. When he exerted his full strength and relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the strength he could exert was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If his opponent had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, he would be able to exert the strength of 1,010 ancient horned dragons when he exerted his full strength. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him and could fight him. However, if his opponent had comprehended the third-level void transformation concept or an even higher-level void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was a third-level void transformation martial artist. It was not impossible. However, Duan Lingtian was a little reluctant to give up the 9th-level Earth concept fragment just like that. If you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands, I'll be happy to exchange the 9th-level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. If you don't, scram. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten up immediately. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. He happened to have one in his hands. It was the one he won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh, whoosh. The two young men standing at the side were originally anxious. However, when they heard the sturdy young man's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay any longer and left in a flash, disappearing into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the sturdy young man were left in the entire cavern. What? You want to snatch the 9th-level Earth concept fragment from me too? After noticing Duan Lingtian's presence, the sturdy young man raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes, a wrong decision can cost you your life." When Duan Lingtian heard the sturdy young man's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. This person did not seem like a ruthless person. He had the attitude of "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. "You said earlier, I can use the 9th-level Saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in your hands?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes. "That's right." The sturdy young man nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, since you said so, could it be that you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands?" When the sturdy young man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a fragment appeared in his hand. It was the 9th-level Saber concept fragment that he had won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect not long ago. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. When the sturdy young man saw the fragment that Duan Lingtian took out, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out a deep yellow fragment. It was the 9th-level Earth concept fragment. "Little brother, let's exchange." As though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words, the sturdy young man raised his hand and threw the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in his hand to Lingtian. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words after taking his concept fragment. Duan Lingtian did not expect the sturdy young man to be so straightforward. He could not help but have a good impression of him. When he took the 9th-level Earth concept fragment, he threw the Saber concept fragment in his hand to the other party as well. The sturdy young man reached out his hand to catch it and put it away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. "My name is Peng Bao, and I'm a disciple of Anika sect. May I know how I should address you, brother?" Anika sect was one of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian, who had a good impression of Peng Bao, replied with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, a disciple of 5-element sect." 5-element sect. When Peng Bao heard this, his eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, "Is it the 5-element sect in the southern of the northern desert?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. "I've heard about your 5-element sect from my master before. It said that there was once a talented martial artist in your five-element sect who had the potential to become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, he was injured more than 20 years ago, and he could not recover from the setback since then. Peng Bao said. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Naturally, he could guess that the person Peng Bao was talking about was Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak in the five-element sect. However, it did not cross his mind that Qi Yu was so famous that even the people from the second-rate forces in the northern desert knew about him. That's the peak master of our five-element sect's Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 956. Upon hearing Peng Bao's reminder, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The interaction between him and Peng Bao was nothing more than an exchange of equal value. The fact that Peng Bao was willing to do this meant that he was a friend worth making. All right. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Then I'll make a move first. Be careful. Peng Bao nodded at Duan Lingtian and left after bidding farewell to him. After Peng Bao left, Duan Lingtian left as well. However, he did not leave in the same direction as Peng Bao. There were 7 exits in this cavern that led to different places. He simply chose a different one from Peng Bao. In one of the thousands of caverns in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Boom, 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 boom. In an extremely humid cavern that was covered in vegetation, the sound of collision and explosion reverberated in the air. It was continuous and did not stop for a long time. 2 figures crossed each other constantly. They would collide and separate from time to time. For a moment, they seemed to be evenly matched. Unknowingly, a series of hideous cracks had appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The cracks were densely intertwined and spread out, forming a huge spider web. Is there any meaning in continuing like this? Why don't I give you a 7th level concept fragment, and you give me the 2nd spirit fruit? What do you think? One of the figures said as he retreated. Give it to me, and I'll give you an 8th level concept fragment, the other figure said disdainfully. He continued to charge at his opponent. The energy from the fusion of origin energy and concept on his body soared and swept towards his opponent in a ferocious manner. Humph. Then there's nothing more to say. The former snorted coldly and shot out to fight with his opponent again. Both of them continued to fight here. Sounds of explosion swept out from where they collided and set off gusts of violent wind. It blew until a plant in the damp cavern was on the verge of collapse. This plant was very special. It was not green like ordinary plants. Instead, it had 3 different colors. Its slightly exposed rhizome was golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Most importantly, there were 3 different colored spirit fruits hanging on the plant. They were gold, purple, and red respectively. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this plant, he would be very surprised. 3 spirit fruits of different colors grew on one of the plants. It was extremely strange. Most importantly, these 3 spirit fruits were not of the same type. In other words, a cultivator could consume these 3 spirit fruits at the same time, allowing them to increase their cultivation without any diminishing effect. Now, the 2 young experts fighting in the cave were fighting because they had discovered these 3 spiritual fruits at the same time. Judging from the deep color of these 3 spirit fruits, it was clear that they had just ripened. Now was the best time to take it. Clang, 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 clang. The figures of the 2 young men constantly crossed each other, and the spirit weapons in their hands would occasionally collide with each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds that shook people's hearts. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. The spirit weapons in their hands were all grade 2 spirit weapons that had a 78% boost in strength. The reason both of them were fighting was because of the 3 spirit fruits. If there were only 2 spirit fruits, they would have stopped fighting long ago after knowing their opponent's strength was on par with theirs. They would have gotten 1 each and everyone would be happy. However, there were 3 spirit fruits in total. Now, they wanted to use their own strength to decide who would get the spirit fruits. The loser would definitely die, and the winner would get all 3 spirit fruits. However, they were still unable to determine the winner even after fighting for a long time. I think we shouldn't continue like this. It won't benefit anyone if someone else tries to take a share of the loot from us. One of the young men retreated and said in a deep voice. Sure. However, I must get 2 of the 3 spirit fruits. The other young man nodded in agreement, but he stated a condition that was difficult for his opponent to accept. Humph. Since you're so greedy, I'll continue. The former's face darkened, and he snorted angrily before continuing to fight with his opponent. Time passed by quietly. Outside the cave, a white figure flew in and stopped at one of the entrances of the cave. His gaze landed on the 2 people fighting in the cave. They must be fighting here because of some benefits. The owner of the white figure was a white-clad young man. He looked at the 2 people fighting in the cave and muttered to himself. Zishong boy, you're in luck. At this moment, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the depths of the white-clad young man's mind. The white-clad young man could not help but be stunned. The white-clad young man was none other than Zishong, who had fallen from the high platform below the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret realm. He should have died after falling into the bottomless abyss, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had even entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Elder Ghost, what did you find? Zishong's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words in his mind. Look at the inside of the cave. Do you see the tricolor plant? Ghost Flame's voice resonated in Zishong's mind. When Zishong heard this, he immediately looked into the cave. With just a glance, he saw the tricolor plant with 3 different colored fruits hanging on it. It was especially eye-catching. Spirit fruits. Zishong's eyes flashed, and his breathing became hurried. Although I don't know what kind of spirit fruits they are, my soul energy can sense that they're not the same type of spirit fruits. Moreover, their medicinal effects are between the void interpretation stage spirit fruits and the void transformation stage spirit fruits. Ghost Flame's voice continued to resound in Zishong's mind. What do you mean? Zishong was puzzled when he heard Ghost Flame's words. What I mean is, regardless of whether it's a void interpretation stage martial artist or a void transformation stage martial artist, those 3 spirit fruits can be consumed. If consumed by a void interpretation stage martial artist, the effect will be even greater. Ghost Flame explained. Spirit fruits that can be consumed by both void interpretation stage and void transformation stage martial artists. Zishong's eyes lit up. His originally hurried breathing became even faster, and he could not calm down for a long time. A spirit fruit that could be consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist would naturally have a strong medicinal effect. He was only a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Once he consumed these 3 spirit fruits, would his strength not improve by leaps and bounds? The 2 types of concepts that he had comprehended were already void transformation concepts. Therefore, he did not have to worry that his cultivation base would not be able to enter the void transformation stage after quickly breaking through to the 9th level void interpretation stage. These 3 spirit fruits are mine, Zishong. Zishong's eyes flashed as he glanced at the 2 people who were still fighting with disdain. He flew into the cave, and he did not intentionally conceal himself in front of the 2 people who were fighting. Who's there? As soon as Zishong appeared, he was noticed by the 2 young men who were fighting. Instantly, the 2 of them stopped fighting and stared at Zishong. I, Zishong, want those 3 spirit fruits. Zishong glanced at the 2 young men and said indifferently. Zishong glanced at the 2 young men and spoke indifferently. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, but his tone contained traces of an unquestionable tone. When they heard Zishong's words, the 2 young men's faces changed drastically, and they said angrily, "Dream on." At this moment, Zishong, who paused for a moment, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was coldness in his voice. As for the 2 of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. One had to admit that Zishong's words were very domineering. At the same time, it completely infuriated the 2 young men. You're courting death. One of the young men's eyes was filled with killing intent. His voice was cold as though it came from an extremely cold ice cave. Whoever kills this kid will get the 2 spirit fruits. What do you think? The other young man took a deep breath and asked the former. Sure. The former did not refuse and nodded fiercely. For a moment, the 2 young men looked at Zishong with a ruthless gaze. It was as though they were going to devour him. Kill. In the next moment, the 2 of them attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. The origin energy and concept on their bodies merged together and transformed into a vast and rolling energy. Together with the spirit weapons in their hands, they attacked Zishong mercilessly. In the void above their heads, the heaven and earth energy rolled and rolled. In the end, it gathered into more than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was a total of more than 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws at Zishong. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing 2 first-level void transformation martial artists, Zishong, who was a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, was not afraid at all. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth as a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing the 2 young men charging at him without holding back, a cold gleam flashed in Zishong's eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand and suddenly shot it out fiercely. Whoosh! Where the long spear was pointed, flames wrapped around the body of the spear as though it had transformed into a fire dragon that kept flashing around the spear body. Soon after, a gust of green wind appeared beside the fire dragon and pierced into the fire dragon's body. Whoosh! In an instant, the fire dragon soared with the help of the wind. At the same time, as the 7-foot-long spear in Zishong's hand swept out like a bolt of lightning, 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out from the void above his head. The 7th-level void interpretation martial artist's strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. With the boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, it could be raised to the strength of 178 ancient horned dragon. Coupled with the 4th-level advance wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the 1st-level advance wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and the 1st-level advance wind concept that was enhanced by the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons with the help of the wind through the fire. Currently, Zishong could unleash the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons with his full strength, *T. Chapter 957. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the 2 young men realized what was going on. They had never imagined that this young man in white, who looked even younger than them, would be so powerful that he could completely crush them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zishong shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. 2 spear rays flashed out like a pair of wind and fire dragons. They easily killed the 2 young men who overestimated themselves. He killed 2 first-level void transformation martial artists in just one move. If there was a 3rd person present, the person would surely turn pale with fright and be dumbstruck when such an accomplishment occurred on a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. This was because this was almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage killing 2 martial artists at the 1st level of the void transformation stage in a single move. No matter who heard of this, they would only think that this was a fantasy story and a great joke. 2 pieces of trash. Zishong, who kept the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, glanced at the 2 young men's corpses with disdain. Void transformation martial artists. That's all there is to them. At this moment, Zishong seemed to have forgotten everything. Not long ago, he was forced by a void transformation martial artist to abandon the Devil Seal tablet fragment and escape into the bottomless abyss. That was how he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse now. These 3 spirit fruits. They're all mine now. Zishong walked to the 3-colored plant in the innermost part of the damp cave and plucked the 3 spirit fruits of different colors. He held them in his hand and studied them carefully. According to my judgment, any one of these 3 spirit fruits is enough to help you advance from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void transformation stage in one go. At the same time, Ghostfire's voice resonated in Zishong's mind. The medicinal effect is so strong. Zishong was shocked when he heard Ghostfire's words. After all, he was only at the 7th level void interpretation now. He was 3 levels away from the 1st level void transformation stage. One spirit fruit was enough to help him break through 3 levels in a row. At this moment, Zishong's breathing quickened. Of course. As long as a void transformation martial artist is not at the 4th level void transformation stage or above, any one of these 3 spirit fruits can raise his cultivation base by at least 1 level. Ghostfire said matter-of-factly. All right. Don't try to convince me. Even if I only consume one of them, my strength will surpass that Duan Lingtian once I break through to the 1st level void transformation stage. Zishong's eyes flickered with a bright light, and then he gnashed his teeth and said, Duan Lingtian, I'll surely kill you and seize the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, I, Zishong, will soar into the sky. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. There's no rush to seek revenge from that Duan Lingtian for now. You should first find a secluded place, consume the spirit fruit, and cultivate properly. Your priority is to raise your cultivation base to the 1st level void transformation stage. Ghostfire said. Yes. Zishong nodded and agreed with Ghostfire's words. At the same time, he began to look for a secluded cave in the surroundings. He was prepared to consume the spirit fruit he had just obtained to increase his cultivation base. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what happened here. Duan Lingtian did not know that Zishong, who should have fallen to his death in the bottomless abyss, was still alive. He also did not know that Zishong had obtained 3 spirit fruits that could be considered as treasures, and that his strength would surpass his at any time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the caves, trying to determine the direction to determine the location of the palace that Emperor Wu left behind in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. According to the Emperor Wu powerhouse, the palace where he died was located in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian's target was the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Apart from the 3 Profundity Fragments, there were only 5 Profundity Fragments in the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Right now, he had obtained one of the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. There were 4 more. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find them. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, he was already considered lucky to have obtained one of them. Otherwise, he might not have obtained it at all. I can't believe I didn't encounter a single 5-element sect's disciple who's still alive. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly solemn as he moved. Although he had encountered a few 5-element sect's disciples along the way, all of them were dead bodies. Moreover, they had all been killed a long time ago. He could not find the murderer even if he wanted to avenge them. Inside an incomparably spacious cave, 2 swiftly moving figures suddenly stopped in their tracks. There were countless rocks piled up around their bodies. Among the rocks, there were many red fragments mixed in. They were fire concept fragments, and there were hundreds of them. The 2 of them did not collect the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. Their eyes landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cave at the same time. Half of the exquisite box was embedded in the top of the cave. It was obvious that the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu was stored inside. The 2 young men quickly shifted their eyes away from the exquisite box. Liu Qi, I can't believe that your strength has improved so much. Looks like Anika sect came prepared this time. You're quite ambitious, aren't you? One of the young men looked at the other young man and said in a deep voice. Isn't Izamo sect the same? The Anika sect's disciple who was called Liu Qi smirked. His eyes gleamed fiercely. Xiaoping, we fought once in the martial competition of the 3 sects. I lost to you that time. Today, not only do I want to avenge my humiliation, but I also want to kill you and take the treasure for myself. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Xiaoping replied indifferently. Almost at the instant Xiaoping's words left his mouth, Liu Qi made his move. He chose to make the first move and charged toward Xiaoping. A soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand out of thin air. Whoosh! The soft sword that was filled with a chilling intent pierced through the air and set off a series of piercing whistling sounds. The moment he made his move, he aimed for Xiao Ping's vital point between his eyebrows. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled above Liu Qi's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Liu Qi's head one after another. There was a total of over 830 of them. Liu Qi's cultivation base was at the second-level void transformation stage. When the origin energy in his body burst out, it was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. With the 78% boost from the Grade 2 spirit weapon, it could be raised to the strength of over 230 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, Liu Qi had also comprehended the second-level advanced sword concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, when Liu Qi unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragon. The sword that contained the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons reverberated in the air wherever it passed. The airflow in the air stirred and set off a series of slight air explosions. Whoosh! He pointed his sword at Xiao Ping's glabella, intending to kill Xiao Ping in one strike. When Xiao Ping saw Liu Qi had made the first move and displayed such strength, his face turned slightly solemn. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and charged forward. Whoosh! A narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. The saber ray bloomed and emitted waves of sharp aura as it charged toward Liu Qi's sword. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled in the air as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and transformed into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons increased to over 800. Kill! Liu Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced Xiao Ping, who charged toward him. The soft sword in his hand raged as it charged toward Xiao Ping's narrow saber. It was as though he wanted to fight head-on with Xiao Ping. However, the confidence on his face soon froze. He could clearly see that the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiao Ping's head had increased to over 930 in just a blink of an eye. It was 100 more than him. No. Horror dawned on Liu Qi's face when he saw this. It did not cross his mind that Xiao Ping had been concealing his strength since the beginning. It turned out that Xiao Ping, who had a similar cultivation base to him and possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons, had already comprehended the third-level saber concept and completely suppressed his second-level sword concept. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! At the same time, the two forces collided with each other. A loud bang reverberated in the air and set off waves of air that spread out like ripples. It caused gusts of violent wind to blow. Smack! 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 The floor beneath Liu Qi's feet shattered. Countless ferocious cracks appeared and spread out in all directions as though they had transformed into a huge spider web. Boom! Almost at the same time, Liu Qi's sword ray was crushed by Xiao Ping's saber ray. In just a few moments, Liu Qi was completely enveloped by Xiao Ping's saber ray and was cut into two. Liu Qi's broken body fell to the ground. His blood stained the ground like a small stream that flowed slowly. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Liu Qi was the Anika sect's disciple who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. His strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the 10 Anika sect disciples who entered this time. However, he still died in the hands of Izumo sect's disciple, Xiao Ping. Liu Qi, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me, Xiao Ping. Xiao Ping sneered. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down, preparing to take the spatial ring from Liu Qi's hand. However, before he could reach out his hand, his body stiffened. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Xiao Ping hurriedly turned around and looked at the young man who had appeared behind him without him noticing. His face turned slightly grave. Who are you? The young man ignored Xiao Ping. His gaze landed on the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cavern. His eyes gleamed with a scorching luster. Leave. I don't want to kill you. Finally, the young man looked at Xiao Ping and said coldly. From the beginning until the end, his face remained cold. May I know who you are? Xiaoping asked again. Emotion-severing sect, Zhongyang. Chapter 958. Emotion-severing sect. Upon hearing Zhongyang's words, Xiaoping could not help but be stunned. After pondering for a moment, he asked, the third-rate force in the southern of the northern desert, the emotion-severing sect? Zhongyang's face remained cold, and he did not answer Xiaoping. Xiaoping, on the other hand, confirmed it himself. When he looked at Zhongyang again, a mocking smile appeared on his face. A disciple from a third-rate force dares to spout nonsense in front of me, Xiaoping? What a joke! Do you know who I, Xiaoping, am? Zhongyang still did not speak. Let me tell you. I, Xiaoping, am a disciple from Izimo sect, one of the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. You're just a disciple from a third-rate force, an ant-like existence. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Xiaoping? When Xiaoping reached this part of the sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted, "You'll definitely die today." The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoping no longer spouted nonsense. His body flashed as he charged toward Zhongyang. The narrow saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake as it shot out rapidly to bite Zhongyang's vital points. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Xiaoping once again. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Zhongyang. Xiaoping, Izimo sect's disciple. Among the 10 Izimo sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. Due to this reason, Xiaoping was very confident in his strength. In his opinion, a mere third-rate disciple was just an ant-like existence in front of him. He only needed to meet face to face, and he could completely obliterate him from this world. In the face of Xiaoping, who was charging at him menacingly, Zhongyang's expression remained unchanged. However, his eyes turned completely cold as he quickly extended both of his hands. At that instant, a pair of spirit weapon gloves that were made of an unknown material appeared on each of Zhongyang's hands. The moment the gloves appeared, a chilly aura exuded from them. Ice concept. When Xiaoping sensed the chilly aura exuding from Zhongyang's hands, his eyes narrowed as a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. The concept of ice could be considered to be the concept of nature with the greatest might, and unless one possessed extraordinary natural talent and fortuitous encounters, it was practically impossible to comprehend it. However, when Xiaoping saw that there were only 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhongyang's head, he could not help but sneer, so it's only the first-level advanced ice concept. In his opinion, the first-level advanced ice concept posed no threat to him at all. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because at the same time that Zhongyang's hand emitted waves of frightening cold air, Yuan power rose along with it, transforming into strands of raging flames that perfectly fused together with the cold air. In that instant, blue flames appeared on Zhongyang's hands. They gave off a scorching hot aura and a cold aura. The contradictory combination gave off a formless pressure. Whoosh! At the same time, another 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhongyang. Among them, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons belonged to the first-level advanced fire concept. The fire concept was born from the ice concept. This technique was one of the miraculous techniques of the top cultivation method that Zhongyang cultivated, the supreme emotion-forgetting technique. As for the other 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, they were triggered by Zhongyang's 7th-level void interpretation cultivation base. Almost at the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification ability of the Grade 2 spirit weapon gloves on Zhongyang's hands. There was a total of 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, everything did not end there. Dual heaven of ice and fire. As Zhongyang spoke coldly, the blue ice flame that was the combination of ice and fire on his hands suddenly soared and emitted waves of frightening aura. In that instant, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhongyang's head. There was a total of 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, Pei An, was here, he would be shocked to see this. This was because this meant that his direct disciple, Zhong Yang, had mastered the mastery stage of Ice and Fire Dual Heaven. It could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire. The Dual Heaven of Ice and Fire was a technique in the Supreme Emotion Forgetting technique. The initial stage could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire, while the mastery stage could double the strength. Currently, Zhong Yang had mastered the mastery stage of Ice and Fire Dual Heaven. How's this possible? The reason why Xiaoping's expression changed was because he saw this unbelievable scene. The 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the emotion-severing sect's disciple's head had completely exceeded the strength of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he could display when he unleashed his full strength. At the same time, Xiaoping's narrow saber that was charging toward Zhong Yang in a menacing manner showed signs of slowing down due to the shock in his heart. At this moment, a figure with a vast blue ice flame on his body appeared in front of Xiaoping in just a blink of an eye. Horror dawned on Xiaoping's face. Whoosh! Xiaoping no longer dared to hesitate. The strength on the narrow saber in his hand skyrocketed as he charged toward Zhong Yang. It was as though he wanted to cut Zhong Yang into two. Humph! A cold snort sounded from Zhong Yang's mouth. In the next instant, Zhong Yang's hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. It was as fast as lightning as it pressed down on the narrow saber in Xiaoping's hand. Slap! Zhong Yang swung his hand out and slapped the narrow saber in Xiaoping's hand away from its original trajectory. His hand remained on the narrow saber. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the narrow saber. The frost swept and spread, covering Xiaoping's body in just a blink of an eye. It caused Xiaoping's body that was about to dodge to show signs of stopping. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhong Yang's other hand that was surrounded by blue ice flame swept out like a cattail leaf fan at lightning speed. It was aimed at Xiaoping's head. No! Horror dawned on Xiaoping's face when he saw Zhong Yang's palm that was surrounded by blue ice flame and contained the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons was about to land on his head. He wanted to defend himself, but he realized that his body had become a little sluggish due to the cold air that came from Zhong Yang's palm. It was impossible for him to defend himself in time. Slap! Zhong Yang's palm landed on Xiaoping's head and cracked it like a watermelon. The red and white matter that splattered out was completely frozen by a layer of frost. It did not touch Zhong Yang at all. Xiaoping's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The narrow saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Zhong Yang raised his eyebrows and casually took Xiaoping's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit saber before putting them away into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he took Liu Qi's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit sword that had been dead for a long time. He also put away the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. There were a total of hundreds of fire concept fragments. A rare faint smile crept up on the corner of Zhong Yang's mouth after he put all of them away. Not bad. Zhong Yang raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. This time, he could be considered as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the fisherman that reaped the benefits. Soon after, Zhong Yang's gaze landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cavern. He flew out and took the exquisite box. I wonder what's inside. With curiosity in his heart, Zhong Yang lifted his hand and opened the exquisite box. After a short moment, a fragment that flickered with a deep fiery red energy appeared before his eyes, causing his eyes to light up and his breathing to become hurried. This isn't a concept fragment. Don't tell me it's a profundity fragment. Or a fire profundity fragment. Zhong Yang sucked in a cold breath. Almost at the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated from the box. When it entered Zhong Yang's ears, it carried a terrifying penetrating force that spread in all directions. Congratulations, young man. This 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment is yours. Soon after, Zhong Yang reacted. He could tell that it was the voice of the martial Monarch powerhouse who left behind Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There's actually a polyphony formation in this box. However, The voice just now seems to have a strong penetrating force. I'm afraid it has spread to the surrounding area now. Zhong Yang's eyes narrowed when he thought of this. As soon as Zhong Yang reacted, he heard 3 swift sounds of wind whistling. In just a blink of an eye, they entered the cavern that he was in. A moment later, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Junior brother Liu. One of the figures belonged to a young man in black. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Liu Qi's body on the ground. It was apparent that he was also a disciple of Anika sect just like Liu Qi. Senior brother Xiao Ping. The other 2 young men looked at Xiao Ping's body. Horror dawned on their faces. When they looked at Zhong Yang again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They quickly turned around and intended to escape. What a joke! The person who could kill senior brother Xiao Ping was not someone they could deal with. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhong Yang's cold voice resonated in the air. As he lifted his hands, 2 vast blue ice flames swept out and caught up to the 2 Izumo sect's disciples. They enveloped them and killed them instantly. The 2 bodies fell to the ground with 2 soft thuds and lifted a cloud of dust. Ice concept. Fire concept. The black-clad Anika sect's disciple's face turned solemn. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Zhong Yang. You're quite strong to be able to kill junior brother Liu and Izumo sect's Xiao Ping. However, you're still nothing in front of me. The moment the Anika sect's disciple's words left his mouth, his body shot out like an arrow that was released from a bow as he charged toward Zhong Yang. A spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Origin energy and concept followed him like a shadow and merged into the spirit weapon. At the same time, more than 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and charged toward Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang. Chapter 959. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Just by standing there, it was as if everything around her paled in comparison. Her red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Her graceful figure was enough to make one's imagination run wild. It gave one the urge to rush up and embrace her. However, the lady's appearance was so quiet that it did not alarm Zhong Yang and the black-clad Anika sect's disciple. Second-level void transformation stage? Comprehended the third-level void transformation concept. Zhong Yang, who had a grave expression on his face, could not help but sneer when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the Anika sect's disciples' attack. He initially thought that the other party dared to say such words because he had a strength that surpassed Xiao Ping, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had just killed. However, it seemed like the other party's strength was only on par with Xiao Ping. Perhaps, in his impression, Xiao Ping's strength is not on par with him. Zhong Yang thought to himself. Xiao Ping, whose strength was on par with this Anika sect's disciple, was killed by Zhong Yang in just one blow. Naturally, this Anika sect's disciple would not be an exception as well. In just one blow, Zhong Yang's hands surged with ice flames and killed him directly. Fusion of ice and fire? When Zhong Yang killed the Anika sect's disciple, took his spatial ring and spirit weapon, and was about to leave, a soft and pleasant voice resonated in his ears all of a sudden. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhong Yang, so his expression changed slightly. When did she appear? A strange thought rose in Zhong Yang's heart. He turned around and looked at the lady standing nearby who looked like she had transformed into a fire spirit. It was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was not unfamiliar to Zhong Yang. A few months ago, Feng Tianwu had already displayed her extraordinary strength during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held in Skywolf Fort. However, compared to his strength, it was still worlds apart. It was not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zhong Yang's mind that Feng Tianwu actually possessed the strength to appear behind him silently after a few months. If Feng Tianwu made a move on him, he could not imagine the consequences. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhong Yang's forehead. Feng Tianwu? Zhong Yang calmly stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he didn't dare relax in the slightest when facing this young woman that admired Duan Lingtian. The fact that the other party was able to silently appear behind him meant that the other party was no longer the same as before. Hand over the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment and leave. Feng Tianwu stood there. When she looked at Zhong Yang, her beautiful face was filled with calmness, as if no other emotions had arisen. She asked for the profundity fragment in Zhong Yang's hand. Obviously, she had also been attracted by the extremely penetrating message left by Emperor Wu. If you want me to hand over the profundity fragment, you'll have to have the ability to do so. Zhong Yang's eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. If it was the Feng Tianwu of the past who said this to him, he would think it was a big joke. However, he did not dare to think that way now. The fact that Feng Tianwu was able to appear behind him without making a sound meant that her current strength was on par with his at the very least. She might even be slightly stronger than him. Whoosh! In the face of Zhong Yang's provocation, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The red dress on her body fluttered, making her look like a real fire elf. She was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, strands of milky white origin energy rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It was like a milky white flame that twined around her body gently and rhythmically. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. As a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. Some silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. This, looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, Zhong Yang's cold face was slightly stunned. It wasn't that the heaven and earth phenomenon was extremely terrifying, but it was too out of his expectations. In the sky above Feng Tianwu, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 42 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation stage? Grade 3 Spirit Whip. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides a 70% amplification of strength. In next to no time, Zhong Yang's attention moved to descend onto the long whip that was like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand, and his eyes were filled with surprise. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided a 70% amplification of strength could be said to be the best amongst the various Grade 3 spirit weapons. Zhong Yang found it difficult to imagine. Which weapons craftsman was actually capable of refining such an abnormal Grade 3 spirit weapon? Wait. In next to no time, Zhong Yang returned to his senses, and his eyes squinted. How could she possibly be so simple as a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist? If she's only a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist, then it's absolutely impossible for her to appear behind me without me noticing. This was something that Zhong Yang could determine. After a short moment, when Zhong Yang saw the milky white flames around Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a fiery red color, he finally obtained the answer and solved the puzzlement in his heart. The milky white flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose into a fiery red color before transforming into a true flame that covered the sky, and it enveloped her entire body within it while emitting strands of terrifying aura. At this moment, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky along with the flames, and her graceful figure stood in the sky. She who was enveloped by the flames that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a true spirit of fire. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the heaven and earth energy roiled once again at the side of the 102 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before converging into a new heaven and earth phenomenon. After a short moment, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before Zhong Yang's eyes. First level advance fire concept. Zhong Yang's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. In next to no time, Zhong Yang's pupils constricted successively, and in the end, he was slightly numb. Heavens! What did he just see? He saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above Feng Tianwu's head continued to rise until it reached 1,002 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before the heaven and earth energy in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its original calm state. 8th level advance fire concept. The scene before his eyes completely crushed the coldness on Zhong Yang's face, and he was so shocked that he could not help but be tongue-tied. The 8th level advance fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. Such a concept appearing on a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist caused Zhong Yang to feel as if he was dreaming. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. 4th level Void Interpretation comprehended the 8th level Void Transformation concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, He would definitely not believe this was real. No wonder you still asked me to hand over the profundity fragment after witnessing my strength. As it turns out, your strength is actually so strong, Zhongyang said in a low voice. His gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was extremely solemn. Whoosh! Almost at the instant Zhongyang's words left his mouth, waves of soaring and raging flames rose from his body as well. Unlike the red flames on Feng Tianwu's body, the flames on his body were blue. Ice flame. Waves of scorching aura and waves of cold aura were emitted from the ice flame. The contradictory combination caused the air around Zhongyang to tremble before it emitted a slight air explosion. Boom! Without warning, Feng Tianwu made her move. Her speed was so fast that only a fiery red could be seen. The scorching aura that covered the sky and earth swept out as the vast flames enveloped Zhongyang. Whoosh! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand that was like a red spirit snake swept out swiftly. It was as though it had transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it rained down on Zhongyang. Its speed was so fast that it was like bolts of lightning. Zhongyang's expression was extremely solemn. His hands suddenly trembled as they danced swiftly in front of him. In the end, a thick shield condensed in front of him. It was a shield that was completely condensed from waves of ice flame. Boom! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it swept down and landed on Zhongyang's shield, causing the shield in front of Zhongyang to tremble. In the end, it was unable to withstand the attack and was completely shattered. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the shield was shattered, Zhongyang swiftly retreated. He did not dare to hesitate at all. I can only fight head-on. Taking a deep breath, Zhongyang's gaze was slightly cold as he stared at the red-clothed lady in the distance who was rushing toward him. The red-clothed lady was surrounded by raging flames that gave him a formless sense of oppression. Whoosh! Seeing the red-clothed lady brandishing the long red whip in her hand once again, Zhongyang did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and met her head-on. In the next moment, Zhongyang's hands, which were surrounded by wisps of ice flame, stretched out and grabbed the long red whip with lightning speed. Pa! A loud sound was heard as the long red whip ruthlessly landed on Zhongyang's palms. The destructive flame energy swept out and pressed down on Zhongyang's body. Whoa! The vital energy and blood in Zhongyang's body roiled as he directly spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, even though his internal organs were injured, Zhongyang still firmly held onto the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. At the same time, an icy aura swept out from his hands with the intention of using ice concept to suppress Feng Tianwu's fire concept. Water countered fire. Ice was condensed in water, and it was colder than water. Therefore, ice was much stronger than water when it came to suppressing fire. Waves of icy aura spread out from Zhongyang's hands and swept through Feng Tianwu's entire body through the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. For a moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused slightly as if they were being suppressed. Zhongyang's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. However, his pupils could not help but constrict as his expression changed drastically. Bang! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused for a moment before exploding abruptly. In a short moment, the icy aura that enveloped her body was melted and expelled. The raging flames surged into the long red whip and gave it an even stronger strength. The long whip shook as the flames soared and blasted Zhongyang's hands away. Subsequently, a monstrous flame gushed out and seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that pounced at Zhongyang menacingly. Shit! Chapter 960. Zhongyang's ice concept might be able to restrain the fire concept, but that was only if both of their strengths were on par. Presently, when faced with the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, Zhongyang's ice concept was not worth mentioning at all, and it was easily defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhongyang braced himself and slapped his palms out in the face of the flames that surged out of Feng Tianwu's whip. He exerted the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons. However, His strength was still slightly inferior in the face of the vast flames that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons that swept out from Feng Tianwu's whip. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. The flaming beasts that filled the sky swallowed Zhongyang and gradually disappeared after a while. On the other hand, Zhongyang's body flew out. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. "Here you go." Zhongyang's face turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu was still flying towards him. He lifted his hand and threw the 7th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment that he took out from the exquisite box earlier. Slap. Feng Tianwu reached out her hand to catch it. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Zhongyang with killing intent. "Oh, no." Zhongyang's face changed dramatically when he saw Feng Tianwu's eyes that were filled with killing intent sweeping towards him. He finally realized that Feng Tianwu wanted to keep him alive to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhongyang, who was shrouded in the blue ice flame, turned into a blue lightning and fled without looking back. After fleeing for a while, Zhongyang slowed down a little when he did not notice any wind whistling behind him. At the same time, his forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. Why didn't she chase after me? Could it be that I'm being paranoid? Shaking his head, Zhongyang's figure flashed once again. Then, he disappeared into another cave and completely disappeared. Due to the fact that Zhongyang had fled quickly, he did not notice the unusual change that had occurred to Feng Tianwu after he fled. When Feng Tianwu caught the 9th level Monarch stage profundity fragment that Zhongyang threw out, she really wanted to kill Zhongyang to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Once the news of her obtaining a profundity fragment spread out, she would face a lot of trouble. Although she was not afraid of trouble, she did not like it either. However, just as she was about to attack Zhongyang, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to have resonated with some kind of energy in her body, causing the origin energy in her body to become restless. At this time, she could only watch as Zhongyang escaped from her eyes. At the same time, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique and tried her best to suppress the restless yuan power in her body. Is it the power of the fire spirit body at work again? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess this. For a moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. Huh! After finally calming down the restless yuan power in her body, something flashed in front of Feng Tianwu's eyes. She noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand flashed with a cold red light and cut her palm. For a moment, blood splattered out of her palm. The blood continued to flow out and dyed half of her palm red. Drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped from Feng Tianwu's hand onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Just as Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly, and she was about to stop the bleeding with her yuan power. However, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand that was flashing with a fiery red energy suddenly softened strangely and turned into a pool of fiery red liquid that entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. If it was not for the blood, she might have thought that everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Where's the profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's expression changed immediately when she regained her senses. Only then did she recall that the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment seemed to have merged with her palm and body earlier. At the same time, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. At this moment, she could clearly feel a scorching warm current entering her arm from her palm and spreading to her entire body. Not only that, but the power of the fire spirit body that was originally lurking in her body also became restless when it sensed the arrival of this scorching hot current. It was like a passionate host welcoming the arrival of a guest. A moment later, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. With just a thought, a monstrous flame rose from her body. It burned and emitted a scorching aura. This is the 9th level advanced fire concept. Almost at the same time when the flame rose, Feng Tianwu instinctively lifted her head to look at the sky above her head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed there. 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there and descending. They were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, she did not use any origin energy or spirit weapon. She only used her fire concept to communicate with the heaven and earth energy to trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She did not know when the fire concept she had comprehended had improved from the 8th level void transformation concept to the 9th level void transformation concept. Wait. I feel like it can be even stronger. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head in a daze and thought again. Boom. Almost at the same time when Feng Tianwu thought about it, the flame that was hovering around her body soared again. Its color became even darker. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred again. In the end, it gathered into the embryonic silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, they disappeared again before they could form. When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons disappeared before they could form, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed abruptly. She was in so much pain that she could not help but cry out in pain. Earlier, when she was elevating her fire concept, she felt as though her entire body was burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable scorching energy rose in her body and almost made her explode. Due to this reason, she hurriedly stopped elevating her fire concept. At the same time, the inexplicable scorching energy that was spreading all over her body and almost made her explode finally calmed down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body, but it seems like there's another energy. Oh yeah, it's the energy from the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face turned pale. She had never thought that after the profundity fragment had inexplicably turned into a liquid and merged with her body, it would cause such a huge change to her. First, her fire concept had inexplicably elevated to the 9th level advanced level. Then, when she communicated with the 9th level advanced fire concept, she could faintly feel that she could continue elevating her fire concept. The fire concept that had been elevated was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps, it could no longer be considered as the fire concept. Isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st level Monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu could not help but gasp when she thought of this. The 1st level Monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Once she communicated with it and unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I can communicate and unleash the 1st level Monarch stage fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face froze when she recalled what had happened earlier. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. With just a thought, Feng Tianwu began to check the situation in her body. At the first possible moment, a deep-colored fiery red fragment appeared before her eyes. It was the fire concept fragment that had condensed in her body after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. Currently, it was already a 9th level fire concept fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that the 9th level fire concept fragment in her body was different from the ordinary concept fragments. There was a small gap on it. Wisps of fiery red gang qi were flickering from this small gap, ready to burst out at any moment. Isn't this the energy flickering on the surface of the profundity fragment? My 9th level fire concept fragment is showing signs of transforming into a 1st level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face again. Although I can communicate and unleash the 1st level Monarch stage fire profundity now, it'll trigger the energy from the fire spirit body in my body. It's going to explode my body. If I didn't withdraw the fire profundity in time earlier, I'm afraid my body would have exploded in no time. At that time, I won't even have to wait until I'm 30 years old. I'll be blown into ashes by the fire spirit body's energy. Feng Tianwu gasped when she thought of this. Fear still lingered in her heart. What's going on? Feng Tianwu could only smile wryly when she thought of the transformation that happened to her body. After a while, Feng Tianwu suppressed the throbbing in her heart and recalled the cause and effect. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. It's the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment. It must be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid and merged with my body. Then, it caused me to undergo a transformation. After confirming the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I've successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th level advance. I can even risk my body exploding to communicate and unleash the 1st level Monarch stage fire profundity by force. Feng Tianwu did not expect a profundity fragment to cause such an outcome. Chapter 961. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her lovely and moving appearance aroused pity in others. Until now, she still had no idea why the 9th level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment would turn into liquid and enter her body. It resonated with the energy from the fire spirit body. However, it was no longer important to her. Elder brother Duan, a purple figure suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's mind. It was a young man who always wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Even if the prophecy isn't true, I, Feng Tianwu, will never regret knowing you. Feng Tianwu blushed as she muttered to herself. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Her bashful look was enough to captivate all living things. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see Feng Tianwu's bashful look. He was currently shuttling through the caves as he continued to search for the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He intended to head to the palace in the central area. That was the highlight of the treasure hunt for the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In terms of value, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the Emperor Wu's body was more than the sum of all the other treasures, including the 7 Monarch stage profundity fragments combined. So what if there's no other way? I must get the Emperor stage profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, knew very well how precious the Emperor stage profundity fragment was. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu only has 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment in the great treasure left behind by him. Moreover, it's not his. He used up his Emperor stage profundity fragment when he was reincarnating. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that when the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he had to burn his own Emperor stage profundity fragment. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind his Emperor profundity fragment. The Emperor stage profundity fragment left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu is only a 1st level Emperor stage profundity fragment. Moreover, I have no use for it. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the body of the Emperor Wu expert who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is something I can use. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to search faster and faster, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian was still searching non-stop. Along the way, the corpses of the 5-element sect's disciples appeared before his eyes one after another, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples were even Wood Peak's disciples that he was familiar with. Earlier, before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, these Wood Peak's disciples were extremely respectful to him. They kept calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian and Senior Brother Ling Tian. He had to admit that every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian, he felt a little happy in his heart. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were even older than him. Now, all of them had become corpses. Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhong, Daniu, Chen Wei. All of you should be all right, right? A few figures flashed past his mind, and Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with worry. Up until now, the thing he felt most fortunate about was that there was no one he was familiar with among the pile of corpses he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian continued to move through the various caves in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, he encountered some ignorant young powerhouses who took the initiative to attack him. However, without exception, all of them died in his hands. Up until now, the strongest young powerhouse Duan Lingtian had encountered was still that Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that there were definitely other young powerhouses whose strength was on par with or even stronger than Peng Bao in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao was from the second-rate force, Anika sect. There were also 2 other young powerhouses who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Among the young experts from the 2 second-rate forces, there must be someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Peng Bao, or even surpass him. Along the way, as long as it was someone who took the initiative to attack Du and Lingtian, they were basically all killed by him in one move. It's a pity that I didn't encounter the other 4 Monarch stage profundity fragments. Du and Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about this. However, he soon felt relieved. At the same time, he could not help but laugh at himself. I'm too greedy. I've already obtained 1 Monarch stage profundity fragment, and I'm still thinking about the other 4. Whoosh! Du and Lingtian's figure flashed and soon entered a cave. With just a glance, he saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies were already rotten and emitted a disgusting stench. Du and Lingtian did not cover his nose, nor did he show any disgust on his face. In his previous life on Earth, as a weapon specialist, he had encountered many similar scenes. He had experienced many more disgusting scenes than this, so he was already immune to them. Initially, this cave was just a random place that Du and Lingtian had passed by. He had encountered many similar scenes along the way, so it was not enough to surprise him. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to move to the other exit of the cave. It was as if he had discovered something special. At this moment, Du and Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by a plant in the innermost part of the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the usual green color, but 3 other colors. Its slightly exposed roots were golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Du and Lingtian subconsciously felt that this unique plant was not simple when he saw it. He could not help but search through reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories in an attempt to find the answer. Soon, he found the answer. Tranquil tree? Du and Lingtian's eyes narrowed in an instant. Shock filled his face, and his eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a precious treasure. However, Du and Lingtian's expression soon froze. This was because he saw 3 small holes on the plant. It seems like this tricolor tree has already borne the tricolor fruit. The tricolor fruit is not a single spirit fruit, but a collective name for 3 spirit fruits. They have different colors, and their medicinal efficacy will not decrease. Their medicinal efficacy is mild, and even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Any one of the fruits is enough to help a martial artist below the 4th level void transformation break through a level. If the 3 spirit fruits are consumed by a 1st level void transformation martial artist, they can even cross 3 levels in a short time and enter the 4th level void transformation in one fell swoop. Du and Lingtian took a deep breath and frowned. Who is it? I can't believe he's so lucky. Looking at the holes on this tricolor tree, the spirit fruits have been harvested for at least a month. Soon after, Du and Lingtian carefully observed the tricolor tree and muttered to himself, if I were that person, I would definitely look for a remote place to consume the spirit fruits and cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits. After all, in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the stronger one is, the longer one can live and obtain more precious treasures. Du and Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he thought of this. Perhaps, I can search for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits nearby. He must be consuming the spirit fruits and cultivating in a remote place nearby. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short time. Of course, Du and Lingtian did not think that perhaps the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people and had become part of the origin energy in their bodies. However, after he carefully observed the 2 bodies in the cave, he noticed that they were killed by the same weapon and method. It was obvious that the person who killed them was the same person. It should be the same person. Even if it's not, I still have to take a gamble. If I make the right bet, I'll be able to obtain at least 1 spirit fruit. If I make the wrong bet, I'll just waste some time. Soon after, Du and Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Although he had made the decision, Du and Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. His gaze fell on the 3-colored tree, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like the person who took away the tricolored fruit is not someone who knows what's good for him. Although this tricolored tree itself is not as precious as the 3 spirit fruits, as long as some medicinal herbs are added to it, it can be refined into a tricolored pill that can slightly increase one's cultivation. There was nothing ordinary about the tricolor tree. In fact, even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, he would not be able to discover anything special about it. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory told Duan Lingtian that the tricolor tree, as the carrier of the tricolor fruit, had accumulated a lot of heaven and earth origin energy over the years. The heaven and earth origin energy had merged perfectly with the tricolor tree. Only by using a special refining method could one mobilize the heaven and earth origin energy accumulated in the tricolor tree to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill is not a difficult pill to refine. A grade 3 alchemist can refine it as long as they know the method. Let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He already had a plan in his heart to refine the tricolor pill. It just so happened that he had the other medicinal herbs to refine the tricolor pill. If it's just the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill, it won't be enough to help me break through. However, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill can trigger the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It won't be difficult for me to break through to the second-level void transformation. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. After he had entered the void transformation stage, the speed of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. It was not something an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist could compare to. However, there was still a limit to it. If he wanted the rebirth pill to unleash its overbearing medicinal efficacy, he still needed the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit to trigger it. Chapter 962. At this moment, the main medicinal catalyst, the tricolor tree, was right in front of Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian had the other medicinal materials he needed to refine the tricolor pill, he was able to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he decided immediately. He would refine the tricolor pill. In terms of grade, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 pill. Only alchemists above grade 3 could successfully refine it. If one was not an alchemist above grade 3, it would be useless even if one knew how to refine it. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor and inherited the lifetime worth of the rebirth martial emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience. He was a qualified grade 3 or above alchemist. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the first-level void transformation, he could condense a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. For this reason, he was now a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. They usually only existed in some first-rate forces, and there were very few of them. It was rare for a first-rate force to have a grade 1 alchemist. Some first-rate forces did not even have a grade 1 alchemist. If they wanted a grade 1 pill, they could only ask for it from a grade 1 alchemist outside. They would have to pay a high price. However, even then, they were still scrambling for it. The preciousness of a grade 1 medicinal pill was not something a grade 2 medicinal pill could compare to, let alone those grade 3 medicinal pills and medicinal pills below grade 3 that were not even comparable to grade 2 medicinal pills. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's achievements in martial Dao, just the fact that he had become a grade 1 weapons craftsman before the age of 30 was enough to shock many people. However, with the pill fire I have now, I need a grade 1 cauldron to refine the pill. After all, an ordinary cauldron can't withstand my pill fire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a purple flame lit up in his hand. There was a golden border around the purple flame. Violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. A low-grade cauldron would be melted into a puddle of liquid in just a blink of an eye when it was enveloped by a grade 1 pill fire. Not to mention concocting medicinal pills. It's not difficult for me to refine a grade 1 cauldron now. However, I don't seem to have enough materials to refine a grade 1 cauldron. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, not only could he use his origin energy to condense a grade 1 pill fire, but he could also condense a grade 1 weapon fire. As someone who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories and had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's methods and experience in refining medicine and weapons, Qin Wentian had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor. From the moment he was able to condense a Grade 1 pill fire and a Grade 1 weapon fire, he could be considered a qualified Grade 1 alchemist and Grade 1 weapons craftsman. Moreover, since he had a Grade 1 alchemist and Grade 1 weapon craftsman on Cloud Continent, he could be considered as one of the top alchemists and Grade 1 weapon craftsman since he had a Grade 1 alchemist and Grade 1 weapon craftsman. Let's talk about refining pills first. If he could refine a Grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above, could other Grade 1 alchemists do the same? Let's talk about weapon refining. If he could easily refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification, could other Grade 1 weapon craftsmen do the same? Since he had a Grade 1 alchemist and Grade 1 weapon craftsman, he was like the reincarnation of Emperor Wu when it came to refining pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I do have quite a few spatial rings with me. I haven't opened many of them yet. Perhaps I can find the materials I need to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of spatial rings from his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on them. He intended to look for the materials he needed to refine a cauldron in these spatial rings. These spatial rings were his spoils of war in the past. He usually threw them into his spatial ring and did not bother to look for them. After looking through more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He had gathered all the materials he needed to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform a blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings when I'm free in the future and take out the things inside. Otherwise, I won't know what's inside at a critical moment. After this lesson, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since he had gathered all the materials, Duan Lingtian began to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not deliberately look for a remote place. With the weapon crafting attainments he inherited from Emperor Wu of the Reincarnation era and his current status as a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore the interference from the outside world to a certain extent. Even if there was interference from the outside world, it would at most affect the quality of the medicinal cauldron that he refined. The Grade 1 spirit cauldron was an auxiliary spirit weapon instead of an offensive spirit weapon, so it did not need to be of high quality. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron, the higher the chances of forming a pill. However, Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed Emperor Wu's memories and inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of artifact forging skills and experience, did not need to care about the quality of spirit artifacts at all. Even if the quality of the cauldron was even worse, when refining pills, he could still produce pills with a 100% success rate. All of this was because he had not only inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, but he had also inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. In terms of weapon crafting Dao and medicine refining Dao, he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed his memories, was naturally not inferior to him. Begin. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron from before and began to refine the Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron with another pile of refining materials. One by one, the materials turned into puddles of liquid and floated in the air under Duan Lingtian's guidance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved at lightning speed. The extremely mysterious refining technique was at his fingertips. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements at all. Soon, all the liquids merged together. As time went by, the embryonic form of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron began to appear. After Duan Lingtian continued to refine it, a Grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron was formed very quickly. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian only spent 3 hours. If the other Grade 1 weapons craftsmen on Cloud Continent witnessed this refining speed with their own eyes, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to regain their senses for a long time. An ordinary Grade 1 weapons craftsman would need at least 3 to 5 days to refine a Grade 1 spirit artifact like the medicinal cauldron. If they were to refine it carefully, It would not be strange if they spent more than 10 days. However, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the Grade 1 Spirit Artifact medicinal cauldron in just 3 hours. Due to the fact that there was no one to disturb him, the quality of the medicinal cauldron was extremely high. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and grabbed the medicinal cauldron. After glancing at the cauldron, he looked at the few exits of the cave and muttered to himself, "It seems like there aren't many living people left in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's been 3 hours, but there's no one else who came here." There were many treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was enough to make the group of young powerhouses who came in from the outside go crazy. At the same time, the group of young powerhouses would naturally fight for the treasures. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw no less than 50 corpses. They came here for the treasures. When they first came in, they must have had good dreams. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the end, they all lost their lives here. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he recalled the corpses that he saw along the way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the Grade 1 Spirit Artifact medicinal cauldron in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. "Now, I can start refining the tricolor pill." With just a thought, Duan Lingtian slowly pulled out the tricolor tree. After cleaning the soil on it, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out some herbs. They were all ordinary herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good grade 3 pill, due to its low grade and the fact that it mainly relied on the main herb, the tricolor tree, the other herbs were not rare. After gathering the herbs, a purplish gold flame appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a grade 1 pill fire. As a grade 1 alchemist, naturally, refining a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill did not pose any pressure to him. Following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian's hand moved faster and faster. It was as though he had transformed into 2 streaks of lightning that crossed each other. Even the airflow in the air was stirred. Faint sounds of air explosions reverberated in the air. The compressed airflow swept out and set off gusts of strong wind that blew the flowers and plants in the damp cave. Even if it was another grade 1 alchemist, it would only take 3 to 4 hours at most to refine a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill. However, Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, other grade 1 alchemists could not compare to him. It only took him an hour to retract his pill fire. Smack! As Duan Lingtian's hands landed on the medicinal cauldron, a pill shot out from the medicinal cauldron. It was a strange pill. The reason why it was strange was because its surface was a mixture of 3 colors: gold, purple, and red. They were the 3 colors of the tricolor tree. Tricolor pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly threw the tricolor pill into his mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged at a low altitude and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation stage, he cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Apart from helping him comprehend the sword concept, the Sword Dragon form also came with a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. It was an extremely domineering sword skill. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, he naturally no longer cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Chapter 963. The 8th form of the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique, the Roaming Dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. In just a short moment, it had completed 1 cycle. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill entered his body through his throat and started to come into contact with his origin energy. The overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill that was hidden in Duan Lingtian's dantian seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed out. It merged with the origin energy and merged with the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill. At that moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate faster like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it had completed a few cycles according to the mental cultivation method of the Roaming Dragon form. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mind started to sink into his cultivation. Of course, his spiritual energy was constantly on guard against the outside world. Once someone came near, he would immediately wake up and attack. Seeing that the origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form and everything was on the right track, Duan Lingtian finally had time to think about other things. Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens is the heaven-rank advanced martial skill that comes with the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roaming dragon form. Its foundation is the Spirit Serpent movement skill and whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he muttered, however, if I want to use whirlwind as the foundation to cultivate Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens to the initial stage, it's still slightly lacking. Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens was similar to ordinary martial skills. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. If it was only the rudimentary stage Dragon Soaring through the Nine Heavens, then in terms of speed, it was even inferior to the perfection stage whirlwind that Duan Lingtian had grasped. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't directly cultivate the Dragon Soaring through the Nine Heavens. During this period of time, following the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he wanted to use whirlwind as the foundation to master Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens to the initial stage in one go. At that time, his speed would be even faster, and it would not be a problem for him to traverse the strength of more than 10 ancient horned dragons. In addition, the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roaming dragon form, had a very special characteristic. It emphasized the use of wind to nurture fire, and relied on the wind concept to comprehend the fire concept. Once he comprehended the fire concept, he would be able to master the ability to use the fire concept with the help of the wind concept, allowing the might of the fire concept to increase. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to using the wind to fuel the fire. His sworn enemy in the past, Zi Shong, had mastered such a technique. It was able to increase the strength of the fire concept by 50%, and it was similar to how the earth concept relied on the earth energy. At some point, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Lingtian's hands. A deep cyan fragment and a deep purple fragment. They were the 9th level Advanced Wind Concept Fragment and the 9th level Advanced Thunder Concept Fragment. They originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed by Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect, and Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak. The 2 concept fragments were in Qi Yu's hands, and he gave them to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian held the 2 concept fragments in his hands. While comprehending the 2 types of concepts at the same time, he was silently cultivating the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roaming dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. While he was cultivating, he discovered that the elevation of his wind concept was a little strange. It was completely out of his expectations. The speed of the advancement was far faster than before. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that he had been enlightened. However, he soon realized that it was not him who had suddenly been enlightened. The reason this happened was entirely due to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roaming dragon form. When the origin energy in his body circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roaming dragon form, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept was much faster than before. At this moment, he was completely certain. The 8th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the roaming dragon form, could help him to comprehend the fire concept to a certain extent and help him comprehend the wind concept as well. This is not recorded even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, he had never truly cultivated it. After Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart for a while, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation base rose rapidly. His wind concept and thunder concept were also quietly rising. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from Duan Lingtian's body. It was the origin energy that was guided by the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and broke through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base that was leading to the second-level void transformation stage. After the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation base broke through to the second-level void transformation stage in one fell swoop. At the same time, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Lingtian's dantian. As for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time with just the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I feel like my wind concept and thunder concept are going to break through soon. My harvest this time is not bad. As he felt the origin energy in his body that had undergone a transformation, Duan Lingtian probed to sense the advancement of his wind concept and lightning concept, and for a time, his face revealed a satisfied smile. With these 4 ninth-level concept fragments, I don't need to deliberately search for another concept fragment. Unknowingly, 2 more concept fragments appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were the 9th-level Earth concept fragment and the 9th-level Sword concept fragment. Duan Lingtian weighed the 4 9th-level concept fragments in his hand, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Senior Brother Wei, these are the 9th-level concept fragment. Suddenly, a hurried and unpleasant voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to wake up immediately. At the same time, he put away the 4 concept fragments in his hand. I see them. 4 9th-level concept fragments. Another cold voice sounded, mixed with a hint of greed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood up hastily, saw 2 young men appear in the cavern with just a glance. They were staring at him covetously. Between the 2 of them, the skinny young man stood in front, and a young man with a ferocious and terrifying face stood slightly behind him on his right. His appearance was extremely ugly. Boy, there's no need to hide anymore. We've already seen the 4 9th-level concept fragments in your hand earlier. The young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than crying, and his voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears as well. It was the owner of the first voice earlier. When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the young man with the ferocious and terrifying face, he raised his eyebrows lightly. However, he did not pay any attention to the other party. At the same time, his spiritual energy swept out immediately and probed the cultivation base of the 2 young men. Ha ha! Senior Brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly by us. When the young man with the terrifying face saw Duan Lingtian did not make any movement and stood still on the spot, he laughed complacently. His laughter became even more arrogant. Senior Brother Wei, leave this boy to me. After I kill him, I only want the 9th-level fire concept fragment in his hand. I'll give the rest to you. When the young man with the terrifying face reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the strong young man with a humble expression. All right. The strong young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not look Duan Lingtian in the eye at all. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian only looked to be around 25 years old. It was inevitable that people would look down on him when he was so young. When the young man with the terrifying face heard the strong young man's agreement, his eyes lit up. With a raise of his hand, a thick and heavy spiked club appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged within it before it was entwined with a ball of flame. Brat, to be able to die in my hands, you can consider yourself lucky. As the young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian, his figure flashed out as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot out swiftly. His entire body was suffused with vast flames as he fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Everywhere he passed, the spiked club that was entwined with flames would be swung, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed before it exploded. It set off a series of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. At the same time, waves of scorching airwaves turned into gales and blew in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise by a few degrees. Whoosh! After a short moment, the young man with the terrifying face arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He swung the spiked club that was entwined with flames in his hand and smashed it towards Duan Lingtian like a falling meteor. At the same time, more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws above the terrifying young man's head as they charged towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. First level void transformation stage. First level advance fire concept. Grade 2 spirit weapon. This was the strength of the terrifying-looking young man. Smack. Just when the terrifying young man thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by his spiked club, he was shocked to find that the spiked club that he had swung out violently had stopped in midair. When he focused his eyes and looked forward, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man that he had not taken seriously since the beginning had unknowingly raised one of his hands and forcefully grabbed the spiked club that he had swung out earlier. After all, the swing of his club contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. How's this possible? The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he exerted force in his hand in an attempt to pull back the spiked club that was grabbed by the purple-clad young man. Chapter 964. Duan Lingtian had already detected the terrifying young man's cultivation base before he even made his move. He was not afraid at all. Duan Lingtian watched as the terrifying young man coveted the 9th level concept fragment in his hand and attacked him. Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he smiled coldly. The mace in the young man's hand contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. It was ferocious like a falling meteor. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. In his eyes, the strength of over 500 ancient horned dragons was nothing at all. With a casual raise of his hand, he caught the mace in his hand effortlessly. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed the spiked club in the terrifying young man's hand, and the latter's expression changed drastically when he failed to pull the spiked club back even after using all his strength. Duan Lingtian made his move again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding the mace shook. He easily lifted the mace and the young man who was holding it. In the next moment, a terrifying energy bloomed in Duan Lingtian's hand and swept out. No! The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly let go of the mace in his hand and tried to escape. At this moment, the purple-clad young man before him was a god of death. A god of death that could take his life at any time. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It was a khaki energy that was entwined with green energy that swept out. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the terrifying young man and killed him. After the young man was killed, his body continued to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! His body crashed into the cave wall in the distance, leaving behind a pool of dazzling blood. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. He was dead. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head. A total of 700 lifelike ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. They wriggled and fell. Awesome! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. Earlier, he'd only utilized 2 concepts, the 2nd level advanced wind concept and the 9th level intermediate earth concept. Of course, the combination of these 2 concepts was only equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. However, apart from using these 2 concepts, Duan Lingtian had also used his 2nd level void transformation stage origin energy that had just undergone a transformation. Once the origin energy at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage was utilized, it gave Duan Lingtian a completely new feeling, and the hot blood in his body seemed as if it was completely boiling at that moment. I underestimated you. At this moment, a cold voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he focused his gaze and looked over. His gaze landed on the sturdy young man standing not far away. It was the senior brother of the young man with the terrifying appearance. When the young man with the terrifying appearance was killed by Duan Lingtian, not only was the sturdy young man not enraged or sad, he did not even have the slightest hint of agitation. It was as if the person who had just died in Duan Lingtian's hands was not his junior brother, but someone who had nothing to do with him. He's actually not running away. When Duan Lingtian saw the sturdy young man staring at him coldly, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier, under the circumstances that he did not use any spirit weapon, he had demonstrated a strength that was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. This second-level void transformation stage martial artist actually did not feel afraid after witnessing his attack with his own eyes. When Duan Lingtian had probed the cultivation base of the young man with the terrifying appearance, he had already probed the sturdy young man's cultivation base. It was the second-level void transformation stage. In his opinion, a second-level void transformation stage martial artist would usually comprehend the first or second-level void transformation concept. Even if he had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, without using any spirit weapon and with his origin energy, he would only be able to unleash the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons at most. It was far inferior to his strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. How could this sturdy young man be so confident in front of him after witnessing his strength? Whoosh! Soon after, the heaven and earth energy above the sturdy young man's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian obtained his answer. The origin energy on the sturdy young man's body raged and transformed into waves of khaki energy. It was the perfect combination of the earth concept and origin energy. Subsequently, the khaki energy that rolled around the sturdy young man's body seemed to have resonated with the entire cavern. The color became darker and seemed to have an additional trace of destructive aura. At the same time, 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the sturdy young man's head before another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The second-level void transformation stage had the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The third-level advanced earth concept had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the help of the earth energy, the earth concept strength would increase by 50%. In other words, it was the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Without using any spirit weapon, the sturdy young man's strength was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. It completely overpowered the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier. I see. Upon seeing the strength that the sturdy young man displayed, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the sturdy young man was so confident. The sturdy young man had actually comprehended the third-level void transformation concept. Moreover, it was the earth concept. However, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the sturdy young man's strength. Instead, he muttered to himself with interest, "Interesting. Die." At this moment, the sturdy young man glared coldly at Duan Lingtian before he shouted coldly and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. When the khaki energy on his body surged into the 3-foot-long blade, the 3-foot-long blade seemed to have been bestowed with life. It suddenly trembled and emitted a series of clear sword chimes. Whoosh! In an instant, another 230 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the sturdy young man's head. It was obvious that the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was a Grade 2 spirit sword. On top of the foundation of the second-level void transformation stage's origin energy, it had a 78% increase in strength. It was equivalent to the strength of 230 ancient horned dragons. In other words, at this moment, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand contained the strength of 1,130 ancient horned dragon. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the Grade 2 spirit sword chimed, the sturdy young man made his move. He flew out and stuck close to Duan Lingtian like a shadow. If it was the Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough to the second-level void transformation stage, he might panic and fear when facing the sturdy young man. He might not even be a match for him. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not panic at all. Instead, his face was as calm as still water. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that emitted a destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into waves of khaki energy. Similar to the khaki energy on the sturdy young man's body, it resonated with the entire cavern. Soon after, streaks of deep purple lightning appeared on the surface of the khaki energy. There were also gusts of fierce green wind that emitted waves of terrifying aura. The khaki energy that was intertwined with the lightning and wind gushed into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in an unstoppable manner. It caused the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to skyrocket and emit a sword chime. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head began to stir, the sturdy young man had already appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes with his sword. He was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A sword that was filled with extreme coldness came from the west. The fierce sword chi raged like gusts of cold wind blowing on Duan Lingtian's face. It caused Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. Sword drawing art. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shook the sword in his hand. It seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and blocked in front of him. Clang! Almost at the same time, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The tip of the sword touched the body of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. A cold snort that was faintly mixed with dread resonated in the air. The sturdy young man's attack did not succeed. His body quickly flashed backward and retreated far away. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, clean and efficient. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head finally condensed into form and appeared before the sturdy young man's eyes. He was so shocked that his eyes narrowed slightly. In the void above Duan Lingtian's head, 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there. They were accumulating their strength and were waiting to attack. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Impossible. The sturdy young man quickly returned to his senses. Horror dawned on his face as he said in disbelief, "Nothing's impossible." At the instant when the sturdy young man's expression changed, Duan Lingtian made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a ghost as he flashed toward the sturdy young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand flashed out like a shadow. Run! In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian and the 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on the sturdy young man's face again. He no longer had any intention to fight and turned around to flee. Trying to flee? Upon seeing the scene before his eyes, Duan Lingtian laughed wantonly. Whoosh! At the same time, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand had already shot forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. A violent energy surged out and transformed into 3 khaki divine dragons that were surrounded by lightning and green gales. The eyes of the 3 divine dragons flashed, and 6 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Whoosh! 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 6 ultimate radiant flashes pierced through the sky at a terrifying speed. One had to admit that the sturdy young man's reaction was very fast. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian struck out, his entire state turned around temporarily and the Grade 2 spirit sword in his hand flashed out in an attempt to defend. Clang! He blocked the ultimate radiant flashes, and the Grade 2 spirit sword in his hand fell from the impact. The palm of his hand that was holding the sword was lacerated and dripping with blood. However, he did not have the chance to stop the bleeding. Chapter 965. Spurt. 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 After the 5 blood arrows were shot out from the 5 vital points on the lean young man's body, his eyes that were originally shining dimmed completely. His body trembled and began to sway. Boom. In the end, his body still fell and crashed hard on the ground. He was no longer breathing. At the same time, the 3 khaki-colored divine dragons that were surrounded by purple thunderbolts and green gale disappeared into the air as if they were never there. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and looked at the lean young man's body. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "If my cultivation base hadn't broken through to the 2nd level void transformation stage, I wouldn't be a match for him." Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Of course, even if he was certain about this, Duan Lingtian did not feel afraid at all. Even if he was not a match for his opponent and did not have the ability to escape from his opponent, the person who would die in the end would not be him. He had two extremely terrifying talismans in his hand. They were the talismans that his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, had left for him. It was not difficult for him to kill a second-level void transformation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, he was fearless. In his opinion, he would just waste a talisman for the sake of his life. After all, nothing was more important than his life. These two people. They should be from a second-rate force as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but guess after he put away the terrifying young man and the lean young man's spatial ring and spirit weapon into his own spatial ring. If they were not from a second-rate force, it was impossible for them to have such powerful strength. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian guessed. Their strength. Even among the group of young disciples from their respective factions, I'm afraid they can be considered to be among the best. Duan Lingtian guessed again. Now, it's time to look for the person who obtained the tricolored fruit. If there's really one person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he would have at most consumed one of them. With a thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to search in all directions with the damp cave as the center. He wanted to find the person who obtained the tricolor fruit. If it was a person, once he found it, he would be able to obtain an opportunity because of it. If I can obtain 2 of the tricolored fruits and use the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, I might be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he knew the effects of the tricolored fruit very well. The tricolored fruit was enough to help him break through to the 4th level void transformation stage in one go. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was almost 100% certain that he would be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation stage, and there was even a certain chance that he would break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. 5th level void transformation stage. 6th level void transformation stage. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a surge of emotions. His speed increased even more. I hope there's really only one person who obtained the tricolored fruit. Moreover, he did find a secluded place nearby to cultivate. That way, I'll have a chance to find him and snatch the remaining spirit fruits from him. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart as he searched in all directions. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave not far away from the damp cave, there was a small dark and gloomy cave. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside as he cultivated quietly. This cave was located in the corner of a secluded cave. It was extremely well hidden. Most people who passed by here would most likely miss this place. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, it was not too shabby. It was obvious that it was man-made not long ago. Nobody knew when a sigh of relief came from the dark and gloomy cave. I've finally broken through to the 1st level void transformation stage. A voice that was filled with excitement and joy resonated in the cave. The owner of the voice was none other than Zishong, who obtained the 3 spirit fruits a month ago. A month ago, after Zishong obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he was prepared to find a secluded place to cultivate. However, after searching for a long time, he still could not find a suitable place. In the end, he found this inconspicuous secluded cave and opened up this small cave in an inconspicuous corner of the cave ceiling. The small cave was backlit. Not a single ray of light could enter the cave. It was almost impossible for the people outside to discover this small cave that Zishong opened up unless they searched thoroughly. Therefore, Zishong stayed inside and cultivated peacefully. After a month, he finally digested the medicinal efficacy of one of the spirit fruits and successfully broke through to the 1st level void transformation stage from the 7th level void interpretation stage. Quickly consume and absorb the other 2 spirit fruits. Only then will you be able to do something in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Otherwise, even if my soul is in your body, you might not be able to deal with those outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice echoed in Zishong's mind as it reminded him. Yes, Elder Ghost. Zishong replied respectfully when he heard the voice. He did not dare be negligent in the slightest as he hurriedly took out the other spirit fruit and consumed it to cultivate. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again, and his cultivation rose rapidly. Currently, Zishong did not know that his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, was searching in all directions with the damp cave where he found the 3 spirit fruits a month ago as the center. It would not be long before they arrived here. In the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in a cavern that was as vast as a martial arts practice field. Shattered rocks were piled up on the cavern's floor. Mixed together with the shattered rocks were numerous azure-colored fragments. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were wind concept fragments. There were 3 groups of people standing in confrontation in the cavern. At this moment, most of them had their gazes on the exquisite box that was half exposed on the ceiling at the center of the cavern. Obviously, they were filled with curiosity and yearning for the treasures stored inside. Darniu, are you confident? At this moment, a red-clad young man standing beside a tall and robust young man took a deep breath and asked in a light voice. A third young man that was close to middle age stood at the side, and traces of dread arose in his gaze as he looked at the other 2 groups of people. We can only give it a try. The tall and robust young man was none other than the 5-element sect's Wood Peak's disciple, Huang Darniu. His expression was solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. As for the people standing beside Huang Darniu, they were the Blade sect's disciples, Su Li and Zhong Shouyong. They knew each other because of the same person and became friends. Since everyone wants that treasure, then let's fight. At this moment, one of the groups of people shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out and flashed towards the other group of people. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people in the former group easily suppressed the 2 people in the latter group, and in just a short moment, they caused one of the people in the other group to be in danger of death. T. Huang Darniu and the other 2 did not expect that the 3 people in the former group would actually have such a formidable strength. At the same time that they completely surpassed the 2 people in the other group, they also surpassed the 3 of them. Once the 2 people in the other group were killed, the fate of the 3 of them could be imagined. Let us help all of you. Huang Darniu and the other 2 flew out and joined the battle, and they helped the 2 people in the other group to resist the 3 small groups that were stronger than them, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position for a time. In next to no time, the blue-clothed young man that hadn't made a move all along suddenly erupted and revealed his 9th-level Void Interpretation Stage cultivation and 9th-level Intermediate Earth concept to turn the situation of the battle around. For a time, the 3 people in their group fought Huang Darniu's group of 5, and they were evenly matched. However, because there was a 9th-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th-level Intermediate Earth concept amongst the 3 people, Huang Darniu's group gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Damn it! The expressions of Huang Darniu and the others were extremely unsightly. In the end, they were forced to retreat far away, and they looked at the 3 people in the distance from afar with faces filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling they were, they had no other choice, as they weren't a match for the 3 people. The young man with the strongest strength amongst the 3 people glanced at Huang Darniu and the others with disdain, and then he flew up to take down the exquisite box that was at the center of the cavern. Under the envious gaze of Huang Darniu and the others, the young man opened the exquisite box. A fragment that flickered with a green energy appeared before the eyes of everyone present. That's... Huang Darniu's eyes widened. A concept fragment. It doesn't seem like it. There doesn't seem to be any energy flashing on the concept fragment, right? Don't tell me that's a profundity fragment. Zhong Shouyong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and guessed with an aghast expression. Profundity fragment. The moment Zhong Shouyong's words left his mouth, Huang Darniu and Su Li were dumbstruck. It's indeed a profundity fragment. At this moment, one of the 2 young men standing next to Zhong Shouyong and the other 2 said. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the fragment that was flashing with green energy in the exquisite box in the distance. It was as though it had taken root and sprouted on it. Congratulations, young man. This 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment is yours. Just when Zhong Shouyong and the other 2 were wondering why this young man from an unknown force would recognize the profundity fragment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears. The voice came from the exquisite box that was opened, and it was mixed with a strong penetrating force that spread far and wide. 8. 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Huang Danyu's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the young man holding the exquisite box in the distance. However, a hint of helplessness soon appeared on his face. Apart from comprehending the same Earth concept as him and being able to borrow the Earth energy, the other party was also a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist. Therefore, he was no match for him. Damn it! It's actually an 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. Chapter 966. At this very moment, even Su Li and Zhong Shouyong were completely stupefied. The profundity fragment had already surprised them. After all, no matter how weak the profundity fragment was, it was still a martial monarch powerhouse's body. To them, a martial monarch powerhouse was a legendary existence that was out of their reach. However, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind reminded them that the profundity fragment was not an ordinary monarch stage profundity fragment. An 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment. The monarch stage profundity was divided into 9 levels. Each level was more powerful than the previous one. A first-level monarch stage profundity fragment could help a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the corresponding 9th-level void transformation concept to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only could the 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment help a 9th-level void transformation martial artist achieve the martial monarch stage cultivation base, it could also help a person quickly raise the profundity they comprehended to the 8th level after breaking through to the martial monarch stage. One could imagine how precious an 8th-level monarch stage profundity fragment was. Ha 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 ha. The young man who was holding the exquisite box and staring at the 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment in the box could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, he stopped laughing and stared at Huang Danyu and the other 4 whose faces were pale. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 young men next to Huang Danyu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong. The people from Anika sect are really trash, the young man said slowly. His tone was filled with mockery. You. The 2 Anika sect's disciples who were mocked had a drastic change of expression. They were so angry that they could not speak for a long time. Anika sect. Huang Danyu and the other 2 were shocked when they heard the young man's words. They did not expect the people they helped earlier to be Anika sect's disciples. No wonder both of them were so powerful. Even people from second-rate forces are here. Huang Danyu and the other 2 exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they did not know who would come in from the other entrances. Now, it seemed like there were even people from second-rate forces here. The people from Anika sect are trash. Izumo sect's people aren't that strong either. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the cave. A figure silently appeared in front of everyone. This was a young man dressed in black. His appearance was strange, and his face was cold. His eyes seemed to be lifeless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. He gave off an invisible pressure. No one knew when the black-clothed young man had appeared. It wasn't until the black-clothed young man spoke that everyone, including Huang Danyu, noticed him. Who are you? The Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box could not help but have a change in expression. He then looked at the black-clad young man with dread and asked in a deep voice. Dead people don't need to know who I am. The black-robed young man spoke again. His voice was still cold. Before the crowd could react, he moved and disappeared before their eyes. Where is he? Just as Huang Danyu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong were bewildered, they saw a flash before their eyes. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground entered their ears. Subsequently, they saw something. They did not know when the Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box that contained the 8th-level monarch stage wind profundity fragment had fallen to the ground. There was no trace of injury on his body. However, everyone, including Huang Danyu, could see that he was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed. The black-clothed young man stood next to the Izumo sect disciple's body. His face was calm, as if the Izumo sect disciple's death had nothing to do with him. The exquisite box that was originally in the Izumo sect disciple's hands was now in his hands. The 8th level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment on it was constantly flashing with green energy. So fast. When Huang Daniu and the others looked at the black-clothed young man again, their eyes narrowed in shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not catch any trace of when the black-clothed young man killed the Izumo sect disciple. This was because his speed was just too fast. Even a 1st or 2nd level void transformation martial artist. His speed might not be so fast, right? Huang Daniu thought to himself. Very soon, Huang Daniu's expression changed drastically. This was because he noticed the black-clothed young man's cold gaze swept past them after he put away the exquisite box in his hand. Killing intent flash. For a moment, everyone, including Huang Daniu, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If you can block one of my attacks and not die, you can live. At this moment, the black-clothed young man opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as before, but it caused Huang Daniu and the others to panic. Before they could react, the black-clothed young man had already lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground at lightning speed. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the ground. Bang! As the black-clothed young man stomped on the ground, a loud sound spread out. The terrifying sound wave caused Huang Daniu and the others' expressions to change drastically. Smack! In the next moment, everyone saw countless cracks spreading out in all directions from where the black-clothed young man's foot landed. It was as if they had formed a gigantic spider web. As the cracks spread out, there were 7 extremely terrifying forces contained in them. They spread out along with the cracks and rushed toward the 7 people, including Huang Daniu. T. Huang Daniu and Zhong Shouyong's expressions changed drastically. They were both martial artists who had comprehended the Earth concept, so they had a keen sense of the Earth concept. They could clearly sense that the 7 forces were the Earth concept. Moreover, it was the advanced Earth concept. Its level was not low at all. At the instant when both of their expressions changed, they only had time to hastily mobilize and control the Earth concept that they had comprehended to resonate with the ground in an attempt to resist the domineering Earth concept. Su Li, fly up. The instant Huang Daniu made his move, he suddenly shouted to remind Su Li. When Su Li heard the black-clothed young man's words, his nerves had already tensed up. When he heard Huang Daniu's sudden shout, he did not hesitate and hurriedly stepped into the air. Boom, 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 boom. Almost at the instant when Su Li leaped up, a series of explosions resonated in the air. All Su Li could feel was a terrifying impact from the bottom of his feet that pushed his entire body up to the top of the cavern. He was caught off guard and crashed onto the top of the cavern with a loud bang, causing him to feel dizzy. As for Huang Daniu and Zhong Shouyong, due to the fact that they had cast the Earth concept in time and resonated with the ground, they were not affected too much. They only spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. As for the remaining 2 Izumo sect's disciples and the 2 Anika sect's disciples, they were not as lucky as them. The 4 of them exploded, leaving behind broken bodies and fresh blood all over the ground. All of you are pretty lucky. The indifferent voice resonated again without any emotion as it entered Huang Daniu and the other 2's ears. It was the black-clothed young man's voice. The instant the words left his mouth, the black-clothed young man's figure disappeared before Huang Daniu and the other 2's eyes. Damn it. Just wait until I, Huang Daniu, surpass him in strength. I'll never let him go. Huang Daniu was a little flustered and exasperated. What the hell happened? Su Li, who had finally managed to stabilize his body, flew down from the air and stared at the 5 big pits that appeared on the cavern's vast ground. He asked with his eyes wide open. That fella used his Earth concept to attack us. Other than Zhong Shouyong and I, who managed to communicate with the ground with our Earth concept in time and received protection to resist his Earth concept, the rest of the Earth concepts that were flying towards you were all detonated. Huang Daniu said with dread on his face. I was scared out of my wits earlier. Fortunately, Daniu, you reminded Su Li in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid Su Li's ending would be the same as theirs. Zhong Shouyong's face was filled with lingering fear as he looked at the broken bodies and bloodstains all over the ground. "Danu, thank you." Su Li thanked Huang Danu sincerely. Earlier, he had indeed heard Huang Danu's reminder. That was why he flew up in time and dodged the Earth concept that exploded. "There's no need to thank me. I only reminded you subconsciously. Most importantly, you were able to react at the first moment and fly up in time. Otherwise, even with my reminder, you wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity." Huang Danu shook his head as he spoke. When he reached the end of his sentence, Huang Danu's face turned grave. "Who the hell is that fella? He simply doesn't care about our lives at all. Even after he obtained the profundity fragment, he still wanted to kill us." When Su Li and Zhong Shouyong heard this, their faces turned grave. With just a few words, the black-clothed young man from earlier had already controlled their fates in his hands. That kind of feeling made them very unhappy. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in another cavern that was extremely far away from the cavern where Huang Danu and the other two were at, a series of loud noises resonated in the air. It was only after a long time that it fell into a dead silence. Two young men stood in the cavern. Around their bodies, the ground was filled with broken stones. There were hundreds of blue fragments mixed among them. They were none other than the water concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them at first glance. These two young men were the two young disciples of the Sun Moon sect who had survived. They were Hu Lin and Zhong Ping. Hu Lin, the treasure that's guarded by so many puppets. "I'm afraid it's not that simple, right?" Zhong Ping raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the middle of the cavern. There was an exquisite box inlaid on top of it. It was obvious that there was an extraordinary treasure stored inside. "Why don't we just take it down and have a look?" Hu Lin said nonchalantly. His body moved as he tried to take the exquisite box down. Whoosh! At this moment, a burst of extreme coldness and scorching heat came from the air. The combination of contradictory auras stopped Hu Lin. At the same time, it made both Hu Lin and Zhong Ping's faces turn grave. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of them. "It's you." Looking at the young man in front of them, Hu Lin and Zhong Ping's faces turned grave. This young man was no stranger to them. Chapter 967. "So, it's the both of you." Zhong Yang stared at the two Sun Moon sect's disciples in front of him with a cold expression and said indifferently, "Both of you are pretty lucky to actually encounter a profundity fragment." Profundity fragment. Hearing Zhong Yang's words, both Hu Lin and Zhong Ping's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Their expressions also became somewhat sluggish. After a while, Hu Lin was the first to regain his senses. He immediately stared at the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cave and muttered, "You mean, the treasure in that exquisite box is a profundity fragment? Whether the profundity fragment is inside or not has nothing to do with you anymore." In the face of Hu Lin's question, Zhong Yang continued to speak. His voice was as calm as before. It was hollow and did not contain any emotion. "Why?" Zhong Ping, who had just regained his senses, instinctively asked in a daze. "Because, a dead man doesn't need to know so much." Zhong Yang spoke calmly again. The moment his words left his mouth, he suddenly made a move. He raised both of his hands abruptly and bent both of his arms backward while his back trembled. Both of his arms and his back were like a strong bow that was pulled back. His trembling back was more like a bowstring that was pulled to its limit. It trembled slightly and was ready to shoot the arrow that was pressed against it at any time. Shameless boasting. Upon hearing Zhong Yang's words, Zhong Ping completely regained his senses. Hu Lin, on the other hand, sneered. Origin energy rolled out from his body as his concept followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Grade 2 spirit sword that he always carried with him. Whoosh! Hu Lin's eyes turned cold as he turned into a gust of wind and slashed his sword at Zhong Yang mercilessly. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into more than 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at Zhongyang in a menacing manner. First level void transformation stage. Second level advanced sword concept. This was Hu Lin's true strength as the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. Whoosh! The moment Hu Lin made his move, Zhongping also regained his senses. A grade 2 spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. His origin energy raged as his concept merged with it. Without any hesitation, he joined forces with Hu Lin and charged at Zhongyang together. There were more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhongping's head. It was exactly 100 silhouettes of them. First level void transformation stage. First level advanced saber concept. Zhongping was the second strongest person among the younger generation of the Sun Moon sect. His strength was only below Hu Lin. Hu Lin and Zhongping dashed out. With a saber and a sword, they attacked Zhongyang mercilessly, aiming for his vital points. Zhongyang's back trembled slightly as he clenched his hands into palms and pulled his arms back like a strong bow. Wisps of blue flames appeared around the grade 2 spirit artifact gloves on his hands. The scorching hot and icy cold aura coexisted. The contradictory combination caused the airflow in the air to be squeezed. Waves of soft air explosions involuntarily rose and fell in succession. Whoosh! Just as Hu Lin and Zhongping's grade 2 spiritual sword and grade 2 spiritual saber were about to attack Zhongyang, the turbulent power of heaven and earth above Zhongyang's head finally gathered into a heaven and earth anomaly. 978 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack, and it gave others an extremely strong oppressive feeling. No. Hu Lin and Zhongping, who were originally full of confidence and thought they could kill Zhongyang, turned pale when they saw the heaven and earth anomaly that appeared above Zhongyang's head. Zhongping even cried out in horror. Boom! Boom! Just as Hu Lin and Zhongping's faces turned pale and Zhongping cried out in shock, Zhongyang finally made his move. His arms, which were pulled like a strong bow, shook, and his back stopped trembling. His palms, which were filled with blue flames, quickly swept out and enveloped Hu Lin and Zhongping, meeting the two's fierce attacks head-on. Between Hu Lin and Zhongping, Hu Lin was the strongest. However, even if Hu Lin attacked with all his might, his strength was only equivalent to over 600 ancient horned dragon's strength. This little bit of strength was easily crushed by Zhongyang's over 900 ancient horned dragon's strength. One could easily imagine the outcome. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Hu Lin and Zhongping were killed by Zhongyang without any surprise. After the two of them were killed, their bodies flew out without slowing down and crashed into the cave wall in the distance like an arrow that was released from a bow, stirring up a cloud of dust. From then on, all the Sun Moon sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were annihilated. After killing Hu Lin and Zhongping, Zhongyang casually stepped into the air as though nothing had happened and took down the exquisite box from the ceiling of the cave. He was not in a hurry to open the box. For some reason, his eyes could not help but land on the hundreds of water concept fragments that were mixed among the rubble on the ground of the cavern. According to my previous experience, the profundity fragment in this box should be the water profundity fragment. Zhongyang's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The fire profundity fragment was useless to him. However, the water profundity fragment was extremely meaningful to him. He could use it to comprehend the water profundity in the future. After all, since he had cultivated the supreme emotion forsaking technique, he could easily condense water into ice and convert ice into water. To him, comprehending the water concept and water profundity was equivalent to comprehending the ice concept and ice profundity. Zhongyang took a deep breath and opened the exquisite box. Zhongyang could not help but narrow his eyes as soon as the box was opened. A fragment that was shining with aqua blue energy appeared before his eyes. Young man, congratulations. This 8th level Monarch stage water profundity fragment is yours. At the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered Zhongyang's ears. It carried an extremely terrifying penetrating force as it spread far and wide. Sh**T. Zhongyang did not dare to delay when he heard the voice. He immediately flew out and left the cave immediately. He did not dare to take the risk again after he learned his lesson. Previously, he had obtained a fire profundity fragment with great difficulty. However, it had fallen into Feng Qianwu's hands because of Feng Qianwu's appearance. As the saying went, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. In order not to repeat the same mistake, Zhong Yang immediately fled. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Zhong Yang left, two ghostly figures appeared in the cave at the same time. Both of them frowned at the same time when they saw the water concept fragments all over the ground. You have the water profundity fragment. Both of them looked at each other tacitly and asked in unison. Both of them looked at each other deeply before they left to look for the person who had obtained the 9th level Monarch stage water profundity fragment. Inside one of the caves in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a bolt of purple lightning flashed into the cave quickly. He looked around carefully, not missing any detail. It was as though he was looking for something. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another 10 days had passed since he had made a breakthrough to the 2nd level void transformation stage. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian held 2 concept fragments in his hands and comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. At the same time, he was searching in all directions in an attempt to find the person who had obtained the tricolor fruit. Even if I find that person now, I'm afraid he has already consumed 2 spirit fruits. After searching the cave for a while and confirming that he did not find anything, Duan Lingtian flew away and entered another cave. Duan Lingtian searched the caves one by one. He was very patient. Soon after, Duan Lingtian flashed into a relatively remote cave and began to search around again. He did not miss any corner. In an inconspicuous corner at the top of the cave, a white-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in a small dark cave. He was cultivating quietly. Zishong boy, you and this Duan Lingtian are really enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the white-clad young man's mind, waking him up from his cultivation immediately. Duan Lingtian? The white-clad young man was none other than Zishong. When he heard the voice in his mind, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes in the dark as though he was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. From the time he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom until now, that person was like his destined enemy. No matter where he went or how high he stood, that person would always appear in front of him. Moreover, he was always at a disadvantage in the many times he fought with that person, causing him to feel extremely aggrieved. Originally, he was possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse and possessed powerful strength. However, he was restrained by a stone tablet in that person's hand, causing him to almost go crazy. Duan Lingtian, it's really you. Sitting cross-legged in the small dark cave, Zishong's eyes immediately landed on the purple figure outside the cave. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Almost at the instant when Zishong focused his eyes on Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt as though someone was spying on him. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the remote corner at the top of the cave. A pitch-black cave that could accommodate one person appeared before his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to use his spiritual energy to investigate the cave, he noticed a white figure suddenly flew out from the cave and slowly descended before his eyes. Zishong. When Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man before him, his eyes widened in shock. Why you not dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. Previously, when he had just entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Zishong had launched a sneak attack on him on the high platform and both of them had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Moreover, they had fought in the bottomless abyss. During that battle, he had used the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons to suppress Zishong's strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. He had almost killed Zishong. At the critical moment, Zishong took out the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet that was lost outside. After interfering with him, it fell into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian thought he would definitely die. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.